Hi everybody, it's great to be here today. My name is Jodie Howlett. I'm currently a young graduate trainee at Visa and very excited to join you today and to kick off a LinkedIn Masterclass. So first of all, we're going to take a look at creating a great LinkedIn profile. So setting it up and adding some content. Then we'll move on to growing your network and connecting with people. And then finally, we'll look at how we can utilize LinkedIn for things like job hunting. So first of all, creating a great profile. When you first set up your LinkedIn profile, this is what it would look like. So here I'd recommend that initially you do your best to populate as many profile sections as you can. So that means uploading a photo as well and also a background to kind of reflect your professional interests. So a space background might be a good idea for some of you. Make use of the profile strength prompts as well. So you'll see profile strength starting at beginner, and you can kind of work through this and populate the different sections of your profile. I wanted to take you through an example. So this is my friend and mentor, Dr. Emma Taylor. So when we go to Emma's profile, we see straight away that in her name she's included Doctor and CEng. So this immediately gives us some indication about Emma's background and some of her professional qualifications. So if you have anything like this, maybe you could put BEng after your name, or MEng, or MSc, etc. This would be great to include. Emma's headline also contains some achievements, so not only what she currently does in a professional setting, but also what she's accomplished. If we look at her about section, we see a very nice, concise description about Emma's background, highlighting the experience that she has in different sectors and some of the key skills she has. She's also included a Twitter handle at the bottom here, so that people can then go and connect with her on Twitter as well if they want to. So this is a nice example of a concise summary about the person. In Emma's experience, we see in this example that Emma has given a short description about what the organisation does. So this is particularly helpful if not everybody is familiar with your organisation. So she introduces here also some of her responsibilities and what her role actually includes. It's great as well if you can to include anything you've achieved in your roles, and this would be a good place to put it. Emma's also put a couple of links as well to some more information about the role that she's worked in, so people can click in and read more about this if they want to. In Emma's education, in this example, she's given us the title of her thesis and her overall grade, and she's also included an achievement as well that she gained during her degree. With this, I'd say that if you're currently a student, it might be a nice idea as well to also include some of the modules that you've studied during your time at uni, particularly any modules that are relevant for current jobs you're interested in or will be applying to in the future. Anything that you think would highlight some of your skills. And then there's a section as well about licenses and certifications. So we see that Emma's listed the different professional bodies that she's a member of. So if you're a member of any organisations as well, this would be a good place to list them. And Emma's also got some volunteer experience. So volunteer experience doesn't necessarily have to be something directly from your professional experience and from the sector that you work in or want to work in. We see that Emma's done some charity fundraising. So we might infer that Emma has gained some transferable skills from these kind of experiences. And also her involvement with UK SEDS as well. She's given us some links as well to go and read more about this, and we've got a short description about what UK SEDS does. In Emma's skills and endorsement section, we see that she's ordered it to show her top 3 skills, being engineering, risk assessment and mentoring. She's been endorsed by a lot of people as well. So for engineering, she's had 48 endorsements. So it's really important here that you consider the way in which you order your skills, because people will generally see the top few and then endorse you for those if they wish. And include both technical and soft skills as well. Both are very important. And then in Emma's recommendations, we see that she received a couple just last year. And she's also given a lot of recommendations out as well. So think not only about how you can receive recommendations, but also how you can support other people and give them recommendations too. And you might find that in return, they'll give you a recommendation. And then in the accomplishments section of Emma's profile, we see that she's listed a whole bunch of evidence to kind of back up her skills and expertise here. So we see some of the awards she's been presented with, courses she's taken part in, publications, etc. So anything like this that you can add to your profile will give it a massive boost and help strengthen the evidence behind the skills that you've listed as well. The second part then is growing your LinkedIn network now that you have a profile set up. So with making connections, I'd first recommend that you add people that you already know. So friends, peers, mentors, anyone you've worked with, any professional contacts you might have in different settings. And then secondly, to reach out to new people as well. So these could be people with similar interests to you, maybe somebody else who's interested in space, or somebody who's studying a similar topic to you at the moment or working in your field. Or maybe they've done something that you'd like to know more about. So maybe they volunteered with UK SEDS, for example, and you're quite interested in, you want to know a bit more about that. So you could reach out to them in that context. And also think about any mutual connections you might have with people that you want to connect with. So for example, if there was somebody I wanted to connect with who was already connected with Emma, maybe I could ask Emma to provide that introduction for me. And then thirdly, keep in touch with people that you meet at places like National Student Space Conference, events, conferences, any kind of professional networking setting, and ask them if they're on LinkedIn, tell them that you'd be willing to keep in touch. Handy tip is to go to the My Network section of your profile, and you can scroll through different recommendations here of people to connect with. The more you add to your profile in terms of your background and experience, the better this will be for you. So I've mentioned that I studied at Sheffield Hallam on my profile. So now it knows to look for any suggested contacts at Sheffield Hallam for me. And when you reach out to people, you can add a personalised message. So here's an example of what I might send to Emma if I'd just met her this weekend at this conference. So something personalised can go a long way and can really kind of convince somebody to keep in touch and connect with you. And I wanted to walk you guys through quickly the LinkedIn QR codes feature. I think this is particularly nice given all of the kind of virtual settings that we're meeting each other in at the moment. In the app, if you navigate to the search bar, it's kind of the square icon in the top right. If you go in there, you can see a tab called My Code. So you'll get your own QR code linking to your profile, and then you can share that with people. You can also save that to your photos and upload that photo into WhatsApp or wherever you like, really. And then when people receive that, they'll be able to get straight to your profile and connect with you. And they can also scan it on their phone if they want to as well, using the camera. And then the third part is about utilising LinkedIn. So I want to talk a bit about job hunting and how it can support with this. So with your CV, this is a snippet from my CV, the personal details part. I've uploaded a link directly to my LinkedIn profile. So anybody receiving my CV can simply click here and it will take them straight to my profile, and they can get more information and background on me. On your LinkedIn profile itself, you can upload featured work, documents, media posts to kind of highlight to people visiting your profile. So here, if you're looking for a job at the moment, it can be a nice idea to upload a PDF of your CV. So I recommend doing this, and bear in mind that you might want to keep it quite generic. Depends on the variety of roles and organisations you're looking at the moment, but just be aware that a more generic CV might be more suitable for this. LinkedIn has its own job search feature as well. So you'll find this at the top called jobs, and you can search for different companies and job titles and in different locations. And when you apply for a job through LinkedIn, it can actually bring in some of the content from your profile. So this can be really helpful then for the recruiter to take a look into your profile further. You can also add the option of being open to work on your profile. So you'll find this right at the top of your profile. If you click open to, finding a new job. This will kind of open your profile up to recruiters using LinkedIn, and they will be able to find your profile more easily for the kinds of roles that you indicate you're interested in. And it will give you the option as well to add a kind of photo frame as well to your LinkedIn profile picture, showing everybody that you're open to work at the moment, so they know to reach out to you. In the skills section as well, so not only can you add the different skills that you've gained and receive endorsements, but you can also take skills quizzes. So if you go onto this, you'll get different options of mini tests that you can take, and you'll earn badges for the different skills you've listed on your profile. So this is further evidence that you have those skills. And you can also use LinkedIn to keep up to date with your sector and your interests. This is just a snippet from my homepage about the different groups I've joined. If you click into a group, you'll see that you can start a conversation here, and you can upload content and get talking to people within that group. And you'll also receive posts on your home screen as well from the different groups that you've joined, so that you're up to date. And the different groups that you join, the people and pages you follow, will be listed in the interests part of your profile at the bottom. So just bear in mind that people can generally see which pages and groups you're following. This is a snippet from my profile. If I were to apply for a job in the rail sector, let's say, and the HR personnel took a look at my LinkedIn and saw that my interests were very much aligned to space and aerospace, they might question my my choice of applying to that company. So just be wary of that. And then finally, some LinkedIn do's and don'ts. So I guess you can read for yourself from these lists, but the main ones for do, I'd say, are be polite and professional. It's not like Facebook. It is a professional networking site essentially. So you shouldn't upload any unprofessional content or anything that you wouldn't want a potential employer or colleague to see. And keep your profile up to date, especially if you're linking it from your CV that you're applying to jobs with. You want a current reflection of your skills and abilities and your professional background. So over to you, really. I really want you guys to get connecting this weekend. This is a great opportunity to kind of connect with each other and to keep in touch after the conference. So share your LinkedIn URL or QR code in the Discord channel. So there's a channel specifically about this talk on Discord. And keep in touch with each other. And share something about this weekend. You know, this is a great opportunity to show the world that you are engaged in the space sector and that you're going out of your way to attend events and conferences to keep up to date in your field. And that's all really valuable stuff that you can talk about in an interview as well, but it's stuff that you can showcase in a professional online network like LinkedIn, and people will take interest. So on the right, this is just an example that I put together last year at the conference, and I've used hashtags and I've tagged in UK SEDS and uploaded some nice images. So I hope you guys would do the same. Thank you very much for your attention. I'll be available all day on the Discord channel for any questions you might have. And feel free to scan my QR code and reach out to me on LinkedIn too.
Hello, hello, and welcome to the 2021 National Student Space Conference. My name is Jacob Smith, I'm Chair of UK SEDS, and it is my absolute pleasure to welcome you all here today. What a conference we have in store for you, wow. I personally am so excited to see everything going on this weekend, and it does seem like you are too. We've had an incredible level of interest in the conference, with nearly 2,500 of you registering to attend. It does put the pressure on a bit, but we are sure that you're going to have an amazing weekend. UK SEDS is the UK's National Student Space Society. For over 30 years, we've been educating young people on the activities and opportunities within the space sector, enabling them to develop key skills, and ensuring that anyone can get involved no matter their background. This is our flagship event, bringing together students with industry, academia and government. It's such a great time to be interested in the space sector, with a huge range of activities going on both in the UK and internationally. And we hope this conference will showcase many of the important topics and discussions, both for the present and future, as well as introduce you to some of the individuals and organisations leading the way in innovation, development and discovery. I'll be stating the obvious to say this year's conference is a little different to usual. However, in terms of exciting talks, networking and learning opportunities, you really are in for the usual treat and a lot more. Let me briefly outline what we have in store for you. Today and tomorrow we have talks, panel discussions and even a debate over 2 streams, meaning you have a choice of what to watch. Click the 1 or 2 at the top right of this video box to switch between the streams. And if you can't decide between what's on, then don't worry, everything will be recorded and posted on our YouTube channel after the event. Following talks, there'll be time for some live Q&A with the speakers, so make sure to submit your questions in the box on the right hand side. And if you're a UK SEDS member, you can also follow this link to our Discord server, where most of the speakers will be on a video channel straight after their talk for an extended Q&A. Some speakers might also be there at additional times over the weekend, so make sure to check. And you'll also see various text channels there on Discord, where you can discuss the topics at any time with each other and speakers. But please note, this is just for UK SEDS members. Back to the Nebula platform now. On the right side of your screen here, you'll also see the careers fair. And this is where you can meet many different organisations shown here to find out more about what they do and what job opportunities they have. You'll see a button to join the queue, and when you reach the front of the queue you'll join a call where you can talk to one of their employees who has kindly given up their weekend to sit on the other end of the call. You can use audio, video or just text to chat. The fair will be open all weekend, though some sponsors will only be there at certain times, so check their stand to make sure you don't miss them. I highly encourage you to make the most of this opportunity to speak to them. You're rarely going to find so many in one place for you at the same time. Separate to the careers fair is a networking area. Like the normal conference, we wanted to provide you with the opportunity to grow your network and meet new people interested in space. So if this is something that you fancy, make sure to head over there. It's pretty simple. Click the call to join and you'll be randomly matched with another attendee for a chat. In the networking and in the chat functionality alongside the stream, please be respectful of each other. We will not tolerate any discriminatory, abusive or hateful language, and anyone using such language will be removed from the platform immediately. Right, I think the final thing to point out on the Nebula platform are the accessibility features, which are the blue icons immediately to the right of this video. In order going downwards, we have functionalities for text-to-speech, text magnification, alternative contrast and closed captions. I'd just like to say a big thank you to our live captioners for the weekend, Nicole, Andrew and Lee. Before I wrap up this opening speech and kickstart the conference, I wanted to hand over to the Minister for Science, Research and Innovation, Amanda Soloway, to say a few words about this exciting sector and all the amazing opportunities it has to offer. Over to you.
I am delighted to be able to speak to you today as you launch your conference virtually. The past year has been a unique challenge for all of us, and undoubtedly you will have all developed new skills and knowledge in a completely new environment. If you can prove your resilience through this, you'll be prepared for anything that space might throw at you in the future. The space sector, however, has not stood still in the past year. Programmes across the UK and the world have continued, and the excitement and achievements of so many professionals across the industry has been really inspiring. Whether they are scientists and engineers holding a long collective breath for the Perseverance landing on Mars, or climate scientists monitoring greenhouse gases and changing temperatures, what shines out every time is the passion, enjoyment and commitment that their jobs provide. You are on the threshold of that journey at a great time. A report published recently by the UK Space Agency emphasises the highly skilled nature of this incredible sector, a sector that is exciting, culturally diverse and competitive. But it also highlights the challenges that exist across a workforce where demand for specialist skills outstrips supply, and that whilst training may be available, it is often hard to find or in the wrong place. We must continue to work together as a community, as a partnership to address these issues. There are, however, so many new initiatives, missions and programmes that will provide opportunities in the coming years. From launches from UK shores to the analysis of wide-ranging data sets, which will help us understand our planet, other planets, or wherever your imagination takes you, in research, in industry, or even in government. This fascinating sector is the glue which can connect and support so many others, providing the technology that will enable us to communicate, to enable space-powered technologies like drones to support the incredible efforts of the NHS, or to capture and deliver high-resolution images along the globe to provide up-to-the-minute information in disaster zones. The development of new application of space data grows daily, opening up new business areas involving people from so many different subject areas. International collaborations have always been important and continue to be so. But the concept of the diverse and distant locations is now less constraining than it was before COVID, as people have become increasingly used to working remotely. Technologies that only 5 years ago were challenging and expensive to develop are becoming more accessible and feasible. Imagination and physics are becoming the only limiting factors. I don't want to finish without mentioning the call for astronauts that ESA have recently published. These opportunities don't come all that often, but it could be that someone at this conference could be our next UK astronaut. Like Tim Peake, they will go on and have an amazing impact on future generations of explorers, technologists and engineers. So to anyone thinking about it, you should absolutely go for it. There is no doubt this is only the beginning of your journey in the space sector. And I wish you all the best for your future and your careers. Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda. As I said at the start, it's a brilliant time to be in the space sector, and I think you've perfectly summed up there why people should be so excited to join it, so thank you for that. Before we start, I just want to say a few more thank yous. Firstly, thank you to all our speakers for their time and for their enthusiasm to promote space to the up-and-coming generation. I personally can't wait to see all your talks, and I'm sure that everyone else is the same. Thank you also to all our sponsors. We know it's been a tough year, and we're really grateful that you've all been able to join us still in this new format, and hopefully we can meet in person again next year. I want to give a special shout out to our corporate partners of the year ahead, who are Aerospace Cornwall, Lockheed Martin, Printech Circuit Laboratories, Quantum Technology Hub Sensors and Timing, and Raytheon. We're really excited to work more closely with you all and can't wait to see what we will achieve together. I also want to thank the amazing UK SEDS conference team. Everything you see over the next 2 days is the work of an incredible team of volunteers, of students and young professionals who have volunteered countless hours over the last few months alongside university or full-time jobs to put this conference together, and who are all busy this weekend running the conference remotely. So a huge thank you to all of them, and a special shout out to my co-conference lead organiser Alex Crossman, who has contributed so much to the conference that we have put together. Thank you everyone. Finally, I just want to say thank you to you for coming. It's a real shame I can't see your faces right now, but we've thought up some ways around that. If you're on social media, These are the hashtags we'll be using this weekend and would love you to get involved. Let us know where you're watching from with NSSC Selfie. Show us your conference drinks with NSSC Beverage, your space art creations with NSSC Art, and your best spacey clothing with NSSC Fashion. We'll even be sharing some of these of our favourites in each category at our award ceremony at 10 to 4 this afternoon. We're also planning to create a big collage of all your faces, so if you want to be featured, here's a link to upload the picture, and please do get involved with that. It'd be amazing to make this huge collage of everyone. Now, before we kick off with our opening keynote talk from Dr. Timiebi Aganaba, I wanted to take this opportunity to introduce you to some new initiatives that UKSEDS has been working on. Later today at 3:15, immediately before our keynote from Kathy Lueders, the head of human spaceflight at NASA, we will be launching our Aspiring Astronaut Grant. As the Minister mentioned, the European Space Agency recently announced applications to join its astronaut corps, which requires you to have a medical examination to apply. Now, not everyone can afford to pay to have this examination, so we'll be offering scholarships to cover the cost for promising astronaut candidates. Make sure to be here later to hear all the details on that. I'm now very excited to launch spaceprojects.uk, a brand new scheme which we have put together in collaboration with the Space Universities Network. Towards the end of their degree, a lot of students have to do a big individual project, but unfortunately a lot of the time they don't have any space-related projects to choose from. The Space Projects scheme provides a framework for space companies to propose projects for students to do as their degree project, while being supported by an individual from the company. This might be a chance to develop new ideas you don't have time for, get ahead in recruitment, and form new links with universities. For students, this is a great opportunity to get space experience before you graduate and improve your employability. We'll be running this in a pilot phase for the year ahead and are currently looking for project proposals from companies. So if you're interested in getting involved, head to the Space Projects website or email us at spaceprojects@ukseds.org if you have any questions. Now, I think that's definitely enough from me. So without further ado, let's kickstart the 2021 National Student Space Conference. We are honoured to have Dr. Timiebi Aganaba giving the welcome keynote speech. Timiebi has been involved in a host of space and policy related activities all over the world. She is currently an assistant professor in the School for the Future of Innovation in Society at Arizona State University. She was a postdoctoral fellow at the Center for International Government Innovation, where she focused on environmental governance and honed her skills at using social and multimedia to communicate her messages. She was an observer at the UN Framework for Convention on Climate Change in Bonn and Marrakesh, and Executive Director for the World Space Week Association, coordinating the global response to the UN 1999 declaration that World Space Week should be celebrated October the 4th to the 10th every year. Timiebi will be talking about the future of global space governance and how we can all work together to achieve our goals in space. Huge thank you to you, Timiebi, and I will hand over to you now.
As a professor of space and society at the School for the Future of Innovation in Society, with a courtesy appointment at the Sandra Day O'Connor College of Law at Arizona State University, I think about who are the participants in alternate futures, who benefits from alternate futures and how are their rights safeguarded, and if it's possible to prevent conflicts in these futures. Take a moment to think in your mind's eye what you think of when I say the words space and society. The images that come to mind for me are the Earthrise picture taken by William Anders on the 24th of December, 1968, and the planting of the US flag on the moon by Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin on the 20th of July, 1969. These two images revolutionized our relationship between space and Earth. The Earthrise picture gave us an opportunity for the first time to understand the fragility of Earth. And this picture is even attributed to starting the environmental movement. And of course, the moon landing, where we saw that we can achieve the unachievable. These events are remembered with wonder and awe. These were amazing achievements, the achievements of men, of white men. And we remember these events with pride. But these memories mask the divergent viewpoints that were felt at the time and the fear that such displays of power elicited. So what are some of the divergent viewpoints? Richard Nelson famously talked about the uneven technological advancement that we have in society, and he coined the moon and the ghetto metaphor, where on the one hand, we are able to achieve these amazing feats of technological advancement, yet the basic ills of society we cannot address: affordable healthcare, transportation for the mass public, or schools in the inner cities. So that leaves us with an important question for us all. Do we have to fix the basic ills of society before engaging in fanciful things like space exploration? Well, the basic answer is this. Space exploration and utilization is no longer seen as fanciful. Satellites, which use the medium of space, are part of our basic infrastructure in a functioning society. If we had to imagine a day without satellites, according to Moriba Jah, here are just a few effects. TV broadcasts by satellite would be disrupted. Those who wish to travel by air, sea, or land would be grounded as navigation halts. Stoplights would stop synchronizing, causing chaos. The world economy would shut down because timestamps keep track of everything. Most countries would declare a state of emergency and call upon the military to restore order, and they would wonder if it was the result of a hostile attack, and goodness knows the kind of decisions that would be made with limited information, because understanding the intent of actors is a problem in space, and so misperception is a clear and present danger. So what is the place of law and policy and stakeholder interactions and interrelations to frame the global space governance system? After all, while we are dealing with high technology in space, some of which is complex, it is the relationship between different actors that has to be managed. Watch this primer that I did for the Center for International Governance Innovation on how these system components interact and the emerging pressing issues that require international coordination to navigate.
Outer space is not the lawless, ungoverned frontier you may think it is. In fact, there is a framework of agreements, treaties, and principles developed at the United Nations during the 1960s and 70s, when the United States and the Soviet Union were in a race to demonstrate their superiority, that established the basis for the bilateral arrangement that is now international space law. While commercialization of the space domain is not new, in recent years, the United States and NASA have led the push to enable new types of innovative commercial space activities and deep space exploration. But let's begin with the basics. How does international space law work as part of a global space governance system? Though there are limits to the analogy, think of outer space as international waters. No nation owns or has claim to space or planets, but any nation may send spacecraft into outer space. Like a boat, the craft and crew follow the laws of their origin state. The key part of international space law comes from the 1967 Outer Space Treaty that states that the exploration and use of outer space shall be carried out for the benefit and in the interests of all countries and shall be the province of all mankind. There are also treaties that cover rescue response, liability in the event of damage, a registry for all objects launched into outer space, and a controversial agreement about the moon and other celestial bodies. The Outer Space Treaty also establishes that activities in space shall be for peaceful purposes and that no weapons of mass destruction can go into space. In addition to the Outer Space Treaties negotiated at the United Nations, other international laws and non-binding principles, both of a public and private nature, national space laws, regulations, and policies also apply to space activities. Despite this, there is one area that is vaguely defined: commercial resource exploitation. We are now at a point where the private sector is capable of exploring space and at the brink of extracting resources for profit. This was never addressed back in the 60s and 70s, but was conceived during the negotiation of the Moon Agreement. In order to further develop the space industry, the United States adopted the Commercial Space Launch Competitiveness Act in 2015, which, amongst other things, allows for US citizens to engage in commercial resource extraction activities, meaning that while you cannot claim ownership of the planet or asteroid, you can own, transport, and sell the resource extracted from it. Some argue that this breaks international law, but other nations are beginning to create similar domestic laws of their own to ensure that they are not at a competitive disadvantage. The need for international agreements for space resource extraction are being discussed at the United Nations and between individual states, and other innovative forums are proposed, such as the G20. Right now, the United States is moving forward with its Artemis program to return to the moon, and companies like SpaceX, Blue Origin, and Virgin continue to set milestones in their corporate ambitions. International space lawmaking is at a crossroads. To ensure space doesn't become the next setting of a Wild West gold rush, the international community must decide if it should come together to create legal frameworks that both enable and keep in check the space industry and the states that support them, while protecting natural resources and ensuring its exploitation will be for the benefit and in the interests of all humankind.
The video highlighted the question of what should be done about regulating new innovative space activities like resource extraction. How do we balance divergent interests, for instance, between those who see space as a global commons and the common heritage of mankind, and those that see it as a frontier for prosperity and to be conquered? It is not clear. But what is clear is that even though there is no sovereignty in space, according to Article 2 of the Outer Space Treaty, states will never want to give up their notions of sovereignty that they have. Article 3 of the Outer Space Treaty makes international law and the UN Charter applicable in space. Article 6 makes states internationally responsible for the activities of their nationals, requiring authorization and continuing supervision. And Article 8 ensures that the state of registry of space objects retain jurisdiction and control over those objects and personnel. So in balancing interests that arise through sovereignty concerns, we have to consider emerging, aspirant, and established space nations, state actors and non-state actors, and present and future generations. And in thinking about this, could lessons be learned from environmental law and intractable problems like climate change? First, we have to ask, is outer space a human environment because Earth comprises a system that includes outer space? Should the space environment be protected for its own intrinsic worth? Secondly, as transparency is a key construct of climate change law, is it viable to effect accountability? Thirdly, should we start thinking about what adverse changes to the space environment will mean for individuals when they start inhabiting and permanently settling the cosmos? And this leads us to ask if a human rights approach is viable. The future of space governance needs all approaches and perspectives to answer these questions. But perhaps it's time to prioritize non-classic framings, like the African Ubuntu philosophy, which considers the duty to relate humanely with others as prerequisites to one's own personhood. So from the outset, this philosophy precludes divisions between us and them, or I and we. We could fuse this thinking with cosmopolitan approaches. Cosmopolitanism about justice is concerned with ensuring universal distributive justice across borders, and it demands that no social boundaries, such as nationality, restrict the scope of justice. Social boundaries, particularly when it comes to issues like gender or race or age or discipline, have their place because they structure society and make it predictable. But we have to recognize that practices and sentiments could themselves be unsustainable and evolve, and they have to be allowed to do that while recognizing the place of history and the importance of precedents. But to overcome some of these issues in the space sector, I have 3 starting points that need to be addressed, and I hope through this conference you'll be able to start tackling them. First, we have to get better at how we communicate and articulate the benefits and value of space to the general public. Generalists are the ones that will make the funding and political decisions to get to the space future that you want. So long as the general public believe that through strong narratives that space is just the purview of Star Trek and Star Wars fans, they won't understand that space actually affects our everyday life, even when it comes to fanciful endeavors like space settlements, which is a huge geopolitical issue. It may seem like many people love science fiction, and they do, but many of us did not grow up with these popular culture references, and it doesn't mean the same thing to us. Secondly, we need to have truly inclusive international space cooperation. This can be really tough because we know space is hard, risky, and expensive, and we only want to cooperate with people we know and like. But we need to be able to work all together. The International Space Station was a good start, bringing diverse actors together. But how will we operate in the global moon village where everyone should be welcome? The first place to start thinking about this is rule development. We all have experience of that on Earth and can apply lessons learned from these experiences to formulate governance for the future, irrespective of where we are on the scale of development. And this leads to the most important point, an emphasis on increasing trust and transparency between diverse actors. Because it's difficult to tell the intent of actors till you see the results, it is ever important that channels of dialogue and communication are not only kept open, but are optimized. And social sciences and humanities can help us with that. The basic takeaway that I want to leave you with, however, is this. There is a basic reason why we should care about space developing sustainably and inclusively. Joey Esrich and Ed Finn said it best. Space is not a void, but a canvas for the human imagination. Questions of policy and logistics are merely scaffolding for a much deeper set of questions about who we are and who we want to become as a species. We explore the universe because we are curious, but not just about what we will find out, but about what that knowledge will do to us and how we will grow to match our expanding sphere of action and understanding. So is this just the purview of the rich, the advanced, or the geopolitically strong? Surely not. Don't we all want to live in a world where we can ignite our imagination, spur our curiosity, and grow to match our understanding? We may not all agree that space exploration is the right goal to explore these desires, but there is something that we can agree, that there's just something about space that intrigues society. Therefore, the future of global space governance should be about inclusivity and uniting us all towards the common goal of advancing the human endeavor. I wish you a fruitful deliberation and informative conference. Ad Astra.
Wow, what an incredible opening talk to the conference. Thank you so much, Timiebi. I think you've set the scene perfectly there for the rest of the weekend and really got everyone in the mood for it, so thank you. And now we'll be heading to a short break, but we'll be back at 10 to 11 for talks on outreach and entrepreneurship and space law on Stream 1, and our first live panel discussion of the conference on Stream 2, and that's on the topic of UK spaceports, so looking forward to both of those. See you soon. Outreach, entrepreneurship, space law on Stream 1, and our first...
Yeah. Hi everyone, welcome back. We have some great talks lined up for you in the next session. You'll be hearing from Lauren Payne speak about space law, and Ghina Halabi, who will be discussing outreach and entrepreneurship. But first up, we have a talk from one of our sponsors, First Steps Legal.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to this presentation by us, me, Alex, founder of First Steps Legal, which is a starting legal consultancy that works with space startups and small businesses. Today, we're going to be talking about how to run a space business according to people who are already running their own space businesses. The first question that we often get asked by students at the NSCC and other student targeted events is like how to get to space. Now, if you want to go to space, literally the European Space Agency is hiring astronauts. First time for 11 years, go check their website, see what the requirements are so you can get ready faster than everybody else and you can apply for the next class of astronauts. Or you can get into the citizen initiative run by SpaceX and hopefully get a ticket. That's another option. If you want to run a business into the space industry and you don't necessarily want to go to space physically, listen to this presentation. Maybe you'll be learning something today. So we asked the 100 space company founders. We are working towards that goal. At the moment, we've asked 50 companies from all around the world. We've interviewed them on Zoom since the beginning of lockdown, and we managed to derive some of the data about what is the more valuable skills to have, what to spend money on, what not to spend money on, and just basically give a bit of a guide. Hopefully at the end, we will be producing a space startup guide, which will be a free ebook that will be freely distributed to people like you, so you get a better idea how space startups function if you want to have your own. Now, there is a general preconception that if you want to have a space business, you must study engineering and physics. That is partially true. The majority of the people that we've interviewed came from an engineering background, that being electrical, mechanical, space, all of the different types of engineering. However, almost half of them did not come from an engineering background, and science and business were actually the exact same numbers of participants. So it's really important to have your business size sorted out, and you don't necessarily need to be an engineer to have a space startup. Some of the people that we've interviewed came from a legal background, like myself, or psychologists, artists. There have been people that changed careers as well. They worked in a completely different field, and then they changed to space. So you don't necessarily have to be an engineer or start with space. You can always change it and come back to space if that's your passion. Now, the top skills to have, we asked people, what do you think are the top skills for a space entrepreneur? And the number one that came up was believe in yourself and staying positive. Now, I expected people to tell us like technical things, what do you need to know, like mathematically speaking, but no, actually, this was the most common answer. And you will need to believe in yourself because this is a marathon and it's a hard journey. So you should not give up even when it feels hard, because there will be moments when it feels hard. Second one that came up quite often is communication, and communication can be interpreted in many different ways. Some people talked about it as a way of storytelling, because you will need to translate your ideas to people that are not necessarily familiar with space as a field. So you will need to be able to communicate with people and also communicate to your team. So interpersonal communication came second with the most responses, second most responses. So I would say don't ignore that. It's probably really important to be able to communicate your ideas clearly. The third one came perseverance. Now that is kind of obvious. As I said before, this is a marathon, not a sprint. So you will need to be tough when things are low, and ride the wave when they're up. So the honorable mention here is technical knowledge. If you're going to do a space business, it's probably a good idea to know what you're talking about. That being whatever field you come from, you need to know your bits and bobs. So that came forth with the most answers out of all the 52 people that we've interviewed, 50 companies. The other thing that we asked them, where did they look for advice and information when they were doing the research for their businesses? Number one response was events. So good choice of being here today and tomorrow. Events are directly related to the second choice, which is experts. These are the most common channels where people got advice of where to start, what to look for, how to go on about things. So keep going to events. If anything COVID is good for is that all the events that are normally on the other side of the world or are kind of expensive for students, a lot of them are actually free, including this one. So it's probably worth searching for events where you can speak to people. Get your LinkedIn. LinkedIn is an amazing tool to communicate with experts while they're speaking at the conference or after the conference, or just liking their posts from time to time so they don't forget you exist. The other option that came up was literature, technical literature, reading technical papers, knowing what you're talking about, or you can always Google it. So the internet is the most powerful tool we have on our hands today. So all of these things can be found on the internet. Google is your friend, so is Google Scholar. Use it wisely. We asked the people also about the hard bits. Not everything will be, rainbows and roses. So the top number one response was actually paperwork and bureaucracy. We as lawyers are working to fix that. The other thing that came up was technical complexities. So a lot of the times you will think you know something, and when you test it, it doesn't work. And that is pretty much everywhere, right? That being coding, that being engineering, or even law, sometimes your solutions will just not work. The other thing that people were pointed is lack of money or lack of funding. If you have a startup or any startup, you're likely to be bootstrapping at some point. So all of these three things will cost time, and time is the most frustrating thing. People are surprised how long things take. This is why we go back to the previous point, perseverance. If you have a goal, go for it. Don't give up. We ask people for the best pieces of advice that they've received or that they have to give. So all these things came up in interviews. So I do think they apply both to the technical and to the business side. Think more about business. If you're calling yourself an entrepreneur, you need to think about the numbers. They have to add up. The finance sheet have to work. Otherwise, you're just a scientist. And if you're working with a university or an R&D project, good for you. That's not exactly entrepreneurship, though. Now, be careful about your team. Be critical of what people tell you, and don't be afraid of the mountain of problems you have to deal with. Break them into manageable pieces. And again, don't give up. There will be sleepless nights, but they will be worth it at the end. The highs are really high, and they do actually kind of, compensate for the lows when you do have your own startup. Last but not least, the team situation. We need your help. I am personally learning Python at the moment because I need a more sophisticated way to analyze the data we just gave you. So if you know a bit of Python, I will be very grateful to hear from you, and we can pay you in beer, love, just for like an hour of your time. Come and we'll be happy to talk to you. We're also looking for a legal intern. If you are in your second or third year of uni and you have already covered contract law and hopefully some business law, we would love to hear from you. You can get commission on working with real clients and bringing new clients on board. So if you are a law student that wants to get into the space industry, hit us up. Like, we might have something for you. For everybody else that likes to write, read, likes to create things. We are looking for creatives, people to write blogs on our website, express their opinions about the space industry, helping space startups on a daily basis, helping with all the art that you see has been created by artists specifically for us. So if you have a project that you would like to work on and can't find a venue, talk to us. We might be able to help. And last but not least, come to our virtual stand. We will be happy to answer any questions that you have. You know, like there are no impossible questions for us. You can hit us up on social media or visit our website as well. Some of the links on our virtual stand will be referring to things that we've used in this presentation. So go have a look. Thanks a lot for your time, and I am really looking forward to hearing from all of you. Thank you.
Next up, we have Lauren Payne from Adelshaw Goddard. Lauren has an LLM in aviation and space law, and she advises on emerging technology. Today, she'll be speaking to you about recent space law developments here in the UK. While you're watching, don't forget to submit questions using the Q&A function in the bottom right-hand corner.
Hello everyone, I'm Lauren Payne and I'm a lawyer at law firm Adelshaw Goddard. I look at commercial contracts and regulations in the space sector, and I specialise in transport technology and associated infrastructure. I wanted to talk about recent space law developments in the UK that will shape the industry going forward. But first, I thought it would be useful to talk through what space law is and what the landscape of law and regulation that everyone refers to in the space sector actually consists of. So if we look first at a space law map, at the top you have the space treaties, which were agreed at the UN and developed by the UN Committee on Peaceful Uses of Outer Space. They operate on the basis of consensus, meaning that everyone has to agree. They provide a high-level framework covering things like registration of space objects and liability for damage caused by those objects. They establish principles such as the ban of weapons of mass destruction in space, and they reserve the moon and other bodies for peaceful purposes. Pursuant to those treaties, a member state is ultimately liable for damage to persons or property of other states caused by the space activities of its nationals or caused by such activities carried out from its facilities or its territory. This means that other states suffering damage can bring a claim against another member state under the UN treaties. So member states have implemented these treaty rules into their domestic legislation. In the UK, the UN space treaties are implemented by the Outer Space Act and the Space Industry Act. The space activities are licensed under these UK acts, and operators are required to comply with conditions including requirements, for example, that an operator of a spacecraft might indemnify the government for claims brought against it in relation to any damage. The key thing to note about the UN treaties is that they speak to member states. They don't contain obligations that speak to private companies. The global space industry looked very different in the 60s and 70s. The main players were governments, and the treaties don't really cater for commercial space activities. Now, the global industry is equally driven by private companies. So these days, most space law is developed at national level, and the issue there is that people take a different approach from one country to another, and it becomes more difficult to know which rules apply to space activities and more difficult to enforce principles agreed back in the UN space treaties from the 60s and 70s, because over the years, these principles have been interpreted differently by spacefaring nations. So with that background in mind, let's look at two developing areas in space law that I think are key to the success and development of space activities. That's the new regulations covering access to space in the UK and law and policy dealing with the environment and sustainability of space exploration. So the recent regulatory developments in space law in the UK are big news. The government's committed to growth using its existing platform as leading manufacturers and designers of satellites to grow the UK space economy. We want a bigger share of the global market, which is worth hundreds of billions. And key components of that strategy involve capturing a share of the small satellite suborbital flight market. It's hoped that this will facilitate growth across the sector as a whole, from companies selling complete satellite systems to subsystems and associated technology and services. The UK government and the industry have been talking about space launch from the UK and doing viability studies at possible spaceport locations across the UK and working on business cases for those possible spaceports for a number of years now. And one of the main reasons cited for these efforts not yet producing an operational spaceport in the UK is the need for a legal regime to govern those activities. Pursuant to the UN treaties, the UK is the launching state in this case, and international responsibility and liability for any damage caused by UK space launch activities must be regulated, and the UK has an obligation to license and monitor the activities of UK companies involved in launching and operating spacecraft. So the Space Industry Act 2018 sets out the framework for a new regime governing all spaceflight activities carried out from the UK. It contains licensing requirements for those who are launching, procuring, operating satellites and spaceports and other services. So the Act gave the government broad powers to add some technical legal details that would be crucial to understand how easy or difficult it might be to get things launched in the UK. And they set out really what we need to do in order to get a license and how much, for example, insurance do we need to buy, things like that. And last year we got a significant volume of draft detailed regulations from the government for consultation. And that consultation meant that everyone was given a chance to look at the proposed rules and a chance to comment. So that period ended last November. And now the detail on liability and the regime for those carrying out spaceflight activities from the UK, insurance requirements and conditions that you would likely see in licenses are now pretty much clear. And the new rules are likely to enter into force this year. And this should remove one of the main barriers to an operational spaceport in the UK. However, we're just approaching the implementation phase now, and we've yet to see whether the rules strike the right balance between ensuring that space activities are conducted in a safe and sustainable way in accordance with the UK's international obligations, but at the same time that they make the rules accessible enough for those across the UK space sector, like small satellite operators and companies hoping to get involved with launches from the UK, and getting this balance between safe and sustainable development and supporting growth through innovation and technology is a key challenge in many other tech-driven sectors too. The next issue to talk about is the environment and environmental considerations for those involved with space activities. Most of these have generated some form of law or principle or policy, and there are lots of categories of environmental issue. So we've got space debris, which increases the risks for space activities, nuclear contamination, which is linked to space debris, environmental damage caused by launch activities, and also the risk of forward or backward planetary contamination. The key legal fact here is that there aren't really any provisions on environmental protection or sustainability at that UN treaty level, at that level where everyone has agreed. And we can't really prohibit things at an international level as a result. So for years, a binding solution has been sought to this problem at an international level, but these have usually failed for lots of reasons, basically disagreements about what the appropriate measures should look like. And we've unofficially settled for non-binding codes of conduct, UN principles and obligations on member states in other conventions, such as the ITU Convention, which says in general terms that we should use orbits like they're limited natural resources. And there are also recommendations on things like graveyard orbits and decommissioning. We now depend on initiatives really at national level, and you'll see requirements in domestic regulations in many countries, including the UK, that crystallise the international guidance and rules on mitigating debris into hard regulatory requirements. But this doesn't mean that all countries have a consistent or a satisfactory approach. And despite all of the efforts, the volume of debris and the risk to space activities continues to rise. It's a big challenge. And because one of the key developments in space technology, it has been the emergence of small satellites and the power of constellations, which are multiplying rapidly thanks to private investment in their potential. There is a significant increase in the volume of debris in valuable orbits, and those orbits really are themselves considered finite natural resources. The regulatory challenge and the key to conducting space activities in a sustainable way is now the cooperation between governments and the private sector. An example could be the recent World Economic Forum's Space Sustainability Rating. It's possible that that now gets some traction. People are more focused on the environment now. Since the 2015 Paris Climate Agreement commitments, there is a heightened public awareness and interest in the need to protect the environment and natural resources generally. Also, the pandemic's impacting us all in different ways, but it has definitely emphasized the importance of space applications, space infrastructure and access to space as a common resource. And finally, on the environmental impact of space launch activities, this is a live issue in the UK due to the proposed spaceports and space launches. And it can potentially be seen, as a new sort of transport emissions and environmental damage risk. And it's currently a red flag for some environmentalists. So there are calls from the space sector in the UK to try and demonstrate a commitment to sustainable space activities. And the government are currently consulting on how they should implement this through the Space Industry Act licensing system, which will hopefully encourage companies to do things sustainably. So I hope that's been an interesting journey through some of the key legal issues in the industry right now. Thank you for listening.
Okay, so I hope you all really enjoyed that. We are now joined by Lauren live for a short Q&A session. So please don't forget to send your questions through in our Q&A box, not the chat function. So the first question we've got through, Lauren, is that you mentioned that there are differences in regulations between countries. So do you think that there's any kind of danger that certain countries could be pressured into being more lenient so that they attract a greater share of the market?
I think that's a really good question. I think that probably could happen and probably does happen to an extent when there is, power and influence in some markets in some countries where big players in industry have influence over certain policies and certain rules. And you see that kind of the influence of power on the economy and policy and law impacting on decisions that governments make to a degree in lots of countries. So yes, that is potential risk, but it's something that kind of happens just because of the way the world works as well. So yes.
Fantastic. And so next we have do you think that the UK spaceport regulations will strike that balance, or is there anything more that you would like to see implemented?
I think they will have to strike a balance, and we don't know yet what that will mean for the UK space sector. I think what lawyers who are hoping to see success as a result of the new regulations, what lawyers would probably say is we want to see lots of engagement between space companies in the UK who have an interest and the regulator to make sure that the implementation phase is done in the most effective and positive way. So I think engagement is the key to ensuring that the framework that we're looking at now and the detail that we have seen is implemented in the best possible way for the sector. But that's linked to the first question, really, isn't it? Because whilst the regulator should be informed by the requirements of industry, the regulator also has a duty to make sure things happen in a particular way. So it's striking that balance and making sure that everything is in order. Really, that is the challenge.
We have one here. Do you think that universities should start offering space law programs with the growth of the space industry? And what? Oh, sorry, it's a double-barreled question. And what can law students do to get their undergrad to aid them become a space lawyer?
Well, I think there probably already are a couple of universities that offer space law courses. It's changed over the years in the UK, but I think there are probably still maybe only 2 places in the world that you can do a postgraduate, like a master's in space law. And beyond that, I think at undergraduate level, you would just do a course. But I mean, there's no, I would never say that there shouldn't be more, teaching around space law. For sure, universities should look at offering courses in space law. In terms of becoming a space lawyer, I think, if the market, I think the way that, we might end up seeing more space lawyers or more opportunities for people who are interested in practicing space law is if, the industry grows. And I think that might happen. So that's really positive. But I think just generally, it's great for lawyers and people who are interested in law to have an understanding of space law, even if they don't end up practicing space law or purely space law, because it's one of the environments that law has an impact on. And it's always amazing to speak to, professional practicing lawyers who specialize even in international law, who don't have really any kind of idea about the rules and the principles that regulate, I guess, services and activities that go to the heart of many industries and many aspects of life. So I'm always amazed by how little lawyers might actually know, because they haven't really ever had a chance to learn about space law. So I think my answer is yes. I think universities should definitely look at providing programs or modules on space law, for sure. Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, and I personally think space law is really fascinating. I have a few friends interested in it. So if you don't mind me adding, I think ESA also do a summer course in, I want to say Vienna, but that might be wrong. And there's also like the Lax Moot competition, which students who are interested in space law can get involved in. But head over to Space Careers and the stand and have a bit more of a look there as well. Cool. So I think we have time for maybe 1 or 2 questions left. We have one here, which is about how exactly has the pandemic influenced space law? And it also says, thank you for the really informative talk.
Oh, you're very welcome. So I think that's a really interesting question. Any kind of law and regulation, it takes time. It takes time for that to change. So we're kind of in the middle of the pandemic, and law, that might be influenced by the effect of the pandemic is probably only in the making now. But I think what we will maybe see is more attention to the absolute essential nature of space law, of space applications, and that will filter through, into government policy, informed by maybe public awareness, and eventually that will probably filter through into some, possibly some rules that support the development of the industry and make it possible for companies who might invest in space applications or space technology to do so. So yeah, that's actually a really tricky question, but I think there will be some indirect impact in the future as a result of the pandemic, because it has stressed the importance of space technology and space applications and the space industry.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Lauren, for joining us today. I think we now need to move on to our next talk. So up next, we'll have Ghina Halabi, who will speak to you a little bit about how she's been able to forge her own path within her career. So Ghina has a PhD in astrophysics and is the founder of She Speaks Science. But as she'll tell you, she wears many hats. We don't have time for questions, unfortunately, after this session. However, she will be on the Discord server if you do have any questions and want to speak to her later.
Hi, it's great to be speaking again at the UK's National Student Space Conference. My talk is about how entrepreneurship and storytelling can be powerful vehicles to engage in STEM in general and space in particular. My name is Ghina Halabi. I lead a portfolio career. 5 hats I wear are relevant to this talk today. Number 1 is that I'm an astrophysicist. My research in my PhD and my postdoc years was on stellar structure and evolution. I did my PhD in Lebanon at the American University of Beirut, and later I took on a postdoc position at University of Cambridge, where I'm now based. I'm a storyteller. That's the second hat. A storyteller. I do science communication with storytelling and science writing. The third hat is consultancy in space sector. I consult with space on space projects for tech companies, and I do storytelling consultancy as well. The fourth one is I work at Cambridge Judge Business School. I develop entrepreneurship education programs. And the fifth and final one is that I'm a social entrepreneur. I started She Speaks Science in 2018, which aims to promote women in STEM, and it helps young people develop and build a positive identity around STEM, and tries to change the perspectives of who does STEM and what success looks like. She Speaks Science was funded originally by Cambridge University, and now it's funded by the International Astronomical Union. So my work really lies at the intersection of science, education, and entrepreneurship. And I really see this as the trinity, this trinity is the winning formula that can help us drive change. Our scientific understanding and knowledge, powered by an entrepreneurial mindset towards solving problems, and armed with a strong and solid entrepreneurship education. This is how I believe we can tackle the challenges that humanity is facing right now and will continue to face in the upcoming decades. According to Morgan Stanley, for example, the investment bank, it's predicted that the revenue generated by the global space sector by 2040 will exceed $1 trillion. And so it's a great time to be an entrepreneur. But for that, scientists need entrepreneurial skills. So why is it a great time to become an entrepreneur? I can think of 3 reasons why this is the case. Reason number 1 is science. The production of scientific knowledge is becoming more and more entwined with a great desire to solve real-world problems. And you see the younger generation, they really want to have this impact. They have to have this positive, they want to have this positive impact. And so science is being used as a vehicle to deliver that impact. Reason number 2 is the economy. The government has strategic goals that it can only meet through the development of new technologies that you could be building right now or soon. The third reason, which might resonate with many of you, is the job market. There's a yawning gap between the aspirations of early career scientists and what the market can offer, the realities of the academic job market. I was reading recently a report by the Royal Society, and I found that 96% of science PhD students leave to careers outside science or outside universities, 96%. And this results in this mass departure of PhD level scientists from academia. So we really need alternative paths that can retain the scientific talent and capabilities. And so think about it this way. Think about it as a tool or means to diversify your portfolios. And by engaging in entrepreneurial learning or maybe considering this career path is like an insurance policy to future-proof your career. So entrepreneurship is really powerful to put the innovations and cool lab creations or whatever you're trying to create in the hands of people who need them. And we've seen space and the impact of space on solving global challenges and global problems, or helping to solve these, whether through monitoring water resources or endangered species, or sustainability in general. So this is one important, one of the things I wanted to talk about, entrepreneurship. And my work through the Judge Business School is to develop entrepreneurship programs to enable science-minded students and researchers to engage in this process. Being a great scientist doesn't mean being a great entrepreneur or a great business person. So you would really need that education. And my work is to develop and run these programs to help scientists engage more in entrepreneurship and maybe start their own venture or company one day. On the other hand, what I wanted to talk about is storytelling, and specifically my work through She Speaks Science. And the reason I started She Speaks Science, really, there's an entrepreneur finds it really hard as a social entrepreneur. I mean, sometimes you find it really hard to pinpoint exactly at the moment you decided to start doing something. But I can attribute the reason I started She Speaks Science to a couple of things. One of them is that growing up, I wanted to become a pilot in the Air Force. And this may be due to the fact that I was born in Lebanon back in the 80s when there was a civil war. And so I grew up to the sounds of, fighter planes or rockets and artillery shells. And so that may explain that early desire to, to fly. But my teenage self didn't see any young Lebanese women breaking the clouds. So to me, it looked like it's not an option. I felt like I wasn't allowed to do this. I didn't have the permission. And this is a very strong message for a young person, feeling that they do not have the permission to do something simply because there are no role models. So the dream of flying was eventually grounded. But gladly, I kept looking skyward, and I eventually became an astrophysicist. But even then, my decision to do a PhD in astrophysics was tricky in itself because nobody had done that degree in Lebanon before. So it was for me to forge my own path, find my own way, and build my career. And so this has always given me the desire, and it fueled my work on broadening access so that the young people in Lebanon and elsewhere do not miss out on becoming an astronaut or a pilot or an engineer or a chemist just because they do not see someone who looks like them doing it. And this has, pushed me into broadening this access by enabling and showcasing role models who young people can aspire to become like them one day. Throughout my work on gender advocacy and my work with the UN Office for Outer Space Affairs, for example, through the network called Space for Women, which was created to encourage more women and girls into space. Through this work, I realized that it's not any role model who can inspire the younger people. And not every approach in promoting STEM would work. So these role models really need to be someone the young people can identify with. And to me, I feel that there is a problem when scientists become figures we look up to rather than identify with. And so this is really important. And She Speaks Science really focuses on changing the perspective of who does STEM and what does being a scientist actually mean. I'll share very briefly with you a few slides on what She Speaks Science does. So our motto is Own Your Story, by which we mean storytellers, women in STEM, by owning their stories and sharing them with the world, they can shift the perspective of who a scientist is and who does STEM. And on the other hand, young people, when they own their story and their desire to do STEM, who can tell them they can't? And we do this work through three things. One is stories that we publish online, and we have grown so much. We are now in more than 130 countries with more than 11,000 readers around the world. And so we started translating the stories offering them in 5 languages. So in English, in Arabic, German, Italian, and Spanish. And our storytellers come from all over the world, from Chile to Jordan to Europe, the US, everywhere. The second thing we do is workshops. We used to run storytelling workshops at schools before the pandemic hit, but for now we paused that. And this is to really use storytelling as a tool to engage students with STEM through storytelling rather than just giving a talk once or twice a year. The third thing is mentorship, and mentorship is a really powerful tool which we recently started. And I'll start with this. We launched a program called Penta 5. So 5 regions across the globe, women and girls in 5 career stages. They mentor and they get mentored for 5 months. And when we opened up the applications, it was phenomenal. We had more than 260 applications from all over the globe, from Chile to South Africa, Malaysia, Europe, everywhere. And the idea behind it is these women in 5 career stages, every one of them is mentored by someone who is higher up on the career ladder and mentors someone who is lower on the career ladder. And this is really to start a very strong and tightly knit community, and to promote the idea that whoever you are, there's someone who looks up to you. Even if you are a high school student, that little girl across the street, she's looking up to you as a role model, maybe burning with a desire to do what you're doing one day. And we launched the program on the International Day of Women and Girls in STEM on the 11th of February. And we have built a community of 33 women and girls from all over the world. And you see here the countries where they come from. They come from 23 different countries. And we also work on social media engagement through campaigns that really try to send a message. So we have our She Inspires campaign, where we show inspirational quotes from women, phenomenal women, who had it tough sometimes, really, really tough. For example, Mariam Mizarkani, the Iranian mathematician, she was bad at maths. And this is okay. It's important that young people understand that it is difficult. We can be bad at these things and still do great things with them. Joanne Feynman. I don't know if you know Joanne Feynman, actually. You probably know Richard Feynman. She's Richard Feynman's sister, and she's also a great astrophysicist in her own right. And she was told by her mom that women's brains don't do science. And, and she was advised to do her dissertation on cobwebs instead of stars, because she's more likely to encounter them while cleaning the house. So these really strong messages, how they managed to overcome them and achieve great things. During lockdown 1, 2, and 3, God knows how many lockdowns you've been through in where you live right now. Many of us took different hobbies, and we did a campaign featuring the hobbies that scientists had. And this is, again, just to enhance the idea in people's minds that scientists are normal human beings. They enjoy their life, they have different interests, and science is fun as well. During lockdown, we partnered with Cambridge Science Centre, which is an educational charity here in Cambridge. And we took over their magazine called Open Up Science. And we filled it with space activities. So stories about Mars, exploration, stories about how stars are born, etc. And activities like maze or things you could draw, etc. And it was distributed to about 2,000 households in Cambridgeshire, particularly to the households who have felt most acutely this digital challenge of having everything online, and when their children wouldn't necessarily have their own laptops or tablets to access material online. We have a huge team behind She Speaks Science, and it's all a team of volunteers who are all inspirational people and multi-talented. This is some of them. This isn't all of them. We have a large team of translators to Italian, Spanish, German, and Arabic, who aren't mentioned here. We work with illustrators to bring that story to life through imagery sometimes, and we wouldn't have been able to do all of these things without them. And of course, a word of thanks for Cambridge University for funding She Speaks Science last year, and for always providing the support we need. And a huge thank you for our funder now, the International Astronomical Union, who really, through their Office of Astronomy for Development, who have been instrumental in enabling She Speaks Science in reaching so many people right now. I hope this is, this brief talk would start two ideas in your head. One is the role of entrepreneurship. Do you think of yourself as a business person or someone who would be engaging in a business idea or working in a startup? I'm sure many of you do. And if you have never considered it, think about it. It's a very impactful way to exercise and practice your science and your space knowledge in something that can really benefit humanity. And the second point is the importance of owning your story, of who you are. No matter where you come from or what your background is, there's always someone who would identify with your journey. And it's so important for the young people to see what kind of journey we have been through. And so for us to become role models, but also to reach out for those who are ahead of us on the journey. If you are young and still trying to figure out your career, maybe you're watching this and you have so many interests and you're thinking, is this right? Am I being weird being interested in so many things? It is natural. It is even very healthy. And connect with people, talk to them, and you will see that while everybody's journey is different, we all share this common passion for space, for science, and we're always very curious. Thank you for listening to me, and I hope to engage with you through the Q&A session afterwards.
Unfortunately, we don't have any time for questions, but Ghina will be on the Discord now. She's also more than happy to connect with anyone who would like to, and I'll try dropping some links in the chat after this. If this talk has sparked your interest in entrepreneurship, don't forget that we have a space entrepreneurship panel later today at 2:25 over on stream 2. But for now, we'll be taking a short break. Join us again in 5 minutes for talks on Mars and space tourism on this stream, and then the Airbus presentation competition over on stream 2.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back from the break. We're going to now have a talk from HE Space, and then we're going to go into a talk by Ben Fernando on the InSight Mars lander, followed by a talk from Chris Welch on space tourism. So now we're going to start with the HE Space video.
Hi, everyone. My name is Yannick. I'm a recruiter at HE Space, and today I would like to discuss a bit about HE Space, but also to give you a small advice on how to prepare a good CV. So let's start. HE Space is a recruiting company offering human resource services to the space sector. We are in the market for now nearly 40 years. So when I'm saying human resource services, that means we offer two types of services. One, a more hiring fee-based, so that means for small companies which are looking for a specific profile, then they can come via us. And what we do is basically we do the research for them, make a small short list of candidates, and then they can make a short selection. And if you are selected by the customer, we will be paid by the company, and you will have a contract directly with the company. We have a second model, and this is the bigger part for us, is a subcontracting aspect. This is where basically the process is mostly the same. We have in contract in place with the different customers, and what happened is you would be then working for HE Space at the end at the customer location. So let's take an example. You would be working for ESA at ESTEC, but your employer would be HE Space. So that means the salary is paid by HE Space. The services like the vacation request, all the admin is done by HE Space. So that's just for you understanding what is subcontracting. We are working, like I mentioned, for the space sector. So that means any position in that field, from engineering to administration, we are taking care of. So a position like propulsion engineer to operation specialists or security software engineers. We are recruiting for them. And our customers goes from the European Space Agency to prime companies like Airbus, and Tasmania Space or Ariane Group, but also other agencies like the German Space Agency. We are located in the Netherlands, in Germany, in France, and in UK. In the Netherlands, it's mostly to support ESTEC and the different contract we have at ESA, for instance, in Spain, in Madrid, or in France, or in UK. From Germany, we are in Bremen, where I'm currently actually sitting. This is to support Airbus and Ariane Group. As you can imagine, Airbus is not just located in Bremen, but in different cities, and so we're also supporting the different cities from here. We also have an office in Darmstadt to support the European Space Agency with ESOC, with the Operations Center, and EUMETSAT. And since last year in summer, we opened an office in France, in Toulouse, to be more present on the French market. And now at the moment, we're working mostly with startup and scale-up startups and SMEs. But in the future, we also hope to work with prime companies like Airbus and Thales, but also agencies, local agencies. And the latest entry in our companies is the office in Harwell, which we opened due to Brexit to be able to still employ our employee and maintaining the current contract we have there. But we also hope that we will be able to recruit knowledge migrant in the future. But as you can imagine, administration takes some time. So at the moment, it's not completely finalized, but we hope that we will be able to do so later this year. I was mentioning that HE Space is in the space sector for now nearly 40 years, but you have to understand that the founder and the CEO of the company, Scott Millican, was actually an astronaut trainer for the Apollo mission. So really the blood and the passion for space really flees through all the employees of HE Space. So if you are really passionate about that sector, feel free to join us or look at least our website, and we would be more than happy to help you to continue in this journey. Now that I talked quite a lot about the HE Space, let me go quickly over the CV and what you could look at. First of all, let's start with the contact details. First advice I would give you is to check your phone number, so that's correct, but also using an international code. You never know where your recruiters can be located. So if you apply even for a position, a local position, maybe your recruiters might be located in another country. And so having an international code is easier to contact, and you don't have a problem to contact you. Secondly is the email address. Use something professional. First name, last name, first name, whatever you prefer. You can also use a university email address, but keep in mind if you use that the email address might be disconnected when you finish with your degree, and that might be an issue if you send a CV soon to your end of your degree, and if your CV is saved in a database, as it is often the case, that you might not be contacted in the future and you might lose certain opportunities. So make sure to keep that in mind. Generally speaking, then put your name and first name on your contact detail. If you want, you can put also other details like nationality, birth date, or visa status. It's everything like that is not mandatory, and it should not be discriminatory, but obviously it can be at your advantage at some point. For the picture, for everything for the UK, you don't need the picture. For Western Europe and country, it's more common to have it, but again, not mandatory. For the main body, the part where there you have to keep everything which is most relevant, so to the current position. So if you are studying and not soon to be finished, you can put your education on top, but later on put your employment history on top and have the latest job as the first line. For the months, for the format, keep always months and date, either in the more European format or US format with date, year and month, for mentioning the start and the end date. If you are still working there, present is a good way to mention it. After that, put always the title of your position, and after that, the name of the company you're working there or where you're working. It is more important to know what is your position than where you work. And secondly, then you put also a description of what you've been doing, ideally with a bullet points, a small introduction of what were your tasks, and final checkup before sending your CV. Check your job description you are applying to, and make sure that some information which are mentioned, like I'm looking now for a software engineer, I'm looking for someone who has Python. It would be good that you mention that you worked with Python in the past, and mention also the project in which context you used Python. If you don't have any work experience, no internships or whatever, look at a project you had done at the university level. This could be relevant to mention as well, especially when you don't have a lot of work experiences. Finally, if you are looking for a position, feel free to go on our website, hespace.com. We don't have any internship, unfortunately, or very program. Those are usually internal positions, so feel free to visit then the companies, the prime, like Airbus, Thales Alenia, the European Space Agency for their traineeship, young graduate trainee or whatever you prefer, or even the startups. They have a great offer of internships. If you are looking for more entry position with 1 or 2 years of experiences, you can revisit our website. I think we might have quite a lot of opportunities. If you are looking for a position at ESA, we usually look for people who have more 4 years experiences on top of any internships. So you can also come via us if you have a bit more experiences. So yeah, that would be basically it for this presentation. So feel free to contact me and my colleague Victoria during this weekend. It was a pleasure to talking to you. Victoria and I are present today until 1:30 and tomorrow from 2:30 to 3:30. So for one-to-one session. And if we don't have enough time to talk to you, feel free to contact us via any social media. You can find me on LinkedIn, and I would be always more than happy to help you, to give you advice on CV writing or anything else. Thank you very much and have a good day. Bye.
Thank you so much to HE Space for that fantastic talk. You can go over and visit them at our careers fair. Now we'll have a talk from Ben Fernando. Ben is a PhD student in the Departments of Earth Sciences and Astrophysics at the University of Oxford, currently working on the NASA InSight mission to Mars. This mission includes the only seismometer on a planet other than the Earth. Ben will be talking about why it's such a crucial mission and what it's taught us so far. After Ben's talk, there'll be a live Q&A, so please remember to submit your questions. Thank you, and enjoy the talk.
Hello, good morning. My name's Ben Fernando and I'm a PhD student at the University of Oxford. And today I would like to share with you some of the work that I do on Martian seismology as part of the science team for the NASA InSight mission. This is coming to you recorded today, so I'm hoping that everything does work out, and I'll be around afterward to answer any questions that you might have, either about this or the other work that I've done as part of the InSight mission. So the reason that we, as a community of seismologists, planetary scientists and the like, decided to send a seismometer to Mars is that we really want to figure out why it is the way that it is. Therein, is it dead or is it alive? And if so, when did it die in geological terms? And why did it die in geological terms? I like to start with this comparison here and just ask people, to look at both images of the Earth and Mars and to decide what they think the two main differences are. When you ask this with school kids, it's absolutely great because they pick out what is exactly the right answer. One is blue and one is red. And it sounds a bit silly, but when you think about it, the fundamental reason that one is blue and one is red, the fundamental reasons behind that are actually quite complex in their nature. So Mars is red because it doesn't have an ocean, unlike the Earth, which is blue because it does. But why does Mars not have an ocean? If you look at the northern hemisphere of Mars in this picture, so north is up, it's relatively flat, relatively uniform, unlike the southern hemisphere, which is much more cratered, much more varied in its terrain. It's entirely possible that the northern hemisphere of Mars was, once upon a time, covered in a completely enormous ocean. I mean, something that encircled the entire planet almost in the northern hemisphere, far more sort of land area covered than all but the Pacific Ocean on Earth today. Where did that water go? Well, that's an interesting question. Some of it probably got absorbed into the planet, some of it was lost into space. Okay, but why was that? One of the reasons is that Mars doesn't have a magnetic field, which shields it from the solar wind. Why doesn't it have a magnetic field? Probably because its outer core is not convecting fast enough to generate one anymore. Why is that? Well, good question. To answer that, or indeed any myriad of other questions, such as why is part of the planet covered in volcanoes but other parts aren't? Why are there so many craters in the southern hemisphere but so few in the north? You need to look below the surface. These questions can't be answered just by taking measurements from the surface of the planet alone. One of the very few techniques we have available to us in planetary science to explore these kinds of questions is seismology, which is really powerful because it enables us to look both immediately below the surface, but also a long way below the surface, for example, at the edge of the core, to try and understand what physics is going on there and what drives a planet to behave the way that it does. So a very brief introduction to seismology. The general principle is that you have something, normally an earthquake, sometimes a controlled source like an explosion, and it creates seismic waves which travel through the planet. In this case, we've depicted the Earth. Some of those waves can't travel through the fluid, so the shear waves can't travel through the outer core or through the ocean. They only travel through the solid parts of the Earth, the inner core, the crust, and the mantle. The pressure waves, on the other hand, can travel through the whole planet, including both the oceans and the outer core. So if you detect the waves from an earthquake at lots of different points around the planet, you can eventually build up some sort of a picture of what the interior of the planet looks like. And that's how we know, for example, that the Earth's outer core is a fluid, how we know that there's a transition between the Earth's core and the Earth's mantle. In addition to this, you can also start to work out what sort of events you saw. So if you ever look on the internet and you see that there's been an earthquake, the way that we know how big it was and where it was by detecting the seismic waves from that earthquake at lots of different points around the planet. Now, on Mars, that's a lot more challenging because we only have a single seismic station. So building up a picture of what the inside of the planet looks like, or how Mars quakes work, is much more challenging than it is on Earth. It's been tried before. The first missions to do it were the Viking missions in the 1970s, and they failed primarily because the seismometer was attached to the lander. Now, Mars, as I'll talk about in a minute, is very windy. So most of what they recorded was just the lander shaking in the wind, which is unfortunately not very helpful for understanding the interior of the planet, though it was a very interesting set of measurements about the wind speed in the Martian atmosphere. So here comes along InSight. InSight launched in 2018. This is a wonderful photo of the launch event early one morning from Vandenberg Air Force Base in California. For the space nerds amongst you, the only interplanetary mission ever to have been launched from the west coast of the United States. It was a relatively short cruise, only about 6 months, and InSight arrived in November 2018. So it was 42 years between the Viking landings and the next seismometer being landed on Mars. So something that I think people have been looking forward to for quite some time, and indeed a number of them had spent their whole careers hoping for. So this here is InSight. It's one of the selfies that it took, which I absolutely love. This is before the seismometer was deployed onto the ground. So to avoid the problems experienced by Viking, the seismometer is not attached to the lander directly. Instead, it's lifted off the deck by the robotic arm, placed on the ground, and then covered with a windshield. So the seismometer is that orange package that you can see there, and the windshield is that silver dome above it. So this is another zoomed in picture there. It's one of my favorite pictures from InSight. If you look very closely, you'll see the University of Oxford logo there. So by my calculation, that's the most distant University of Oxford logo in existence. As I write this to you, it's about 12 light minutes, or just under 215 million kilometers away. So InSight has two kinds of seismometers, a broadband seismometer and a short period seismometer. The short period seismometers are the ones that are British. They were built at Imperial College London and tested at Oxford. And you can see one of them here. The way that they work in principle is that they allow the spacecraft moves and shakes in the wind, but also from Mars quakes. And there's a mass in the middle. You exert a force on that mass, an electric force, to try and stop it moving. And by determining how much current or voltage, how much current is required to stop the mass moving, you can determine how much the rest of the spacecraft is shaking. And so you have three of those aligned around three different axes, which give you three-dimensional motion. And they're incredibly sensitive. They can measure displacements down to the nanometer. I should also say that that's about the size of a 1p piece. So a substantial portion of that is a single crystal of silicon. Now, unfortunately, Mars is not the easiest place to do seismology. So here is a weather report for this week from Curiosity. Unfortunately, InSight doesn't have enough power to make daily weather reports anymore, but Curiosity is near enough that this gives you a good idea of the sorts of temperature ranges that we're having to deal with. The temperature on a given day can swing by about 60 or 70 degrees. Not only does that create very strong winds in the atmosphere, but it also makes the whole spacecraft expand and contract, a bit like your radiator does when it comes on at night. This creates an enormous amount of noise, both from within the instrument, but also from the atmosphere, as I said, through those winds, which make it quite difficult to detect events on Mars, much more difficult than it would be on Earth, where you can bury your seismometer underground and it's free of all that sort of interference. On Mars, all the seismic signals look really weird, much sort of stranger than anything that we were expecting to see, and very different to what we see on Earth. So the top plot you see there is a Mars quake, and you can't quite see the time index perhaps on this plot, but the quake lasts 14 or 15 minutes. That's way longer than any quake we would see on Earth. And there are also no surface waves observed. So trying to understand exactly why that Mars quake looks the way that it does is an ongoing topic of investigation. And lots of them look like this, but trying to figure out why they look that way and what that tells us about the interior of Mars is really tough. Similarly, the plot on the right is a plot of the noise. So you don't need to worry too much about exactly what it shows, but it basically depicts how the polarization of the ambient noise created by the wind on Mars, by the atmosphere, changes over the course of the day. The important thing to note is that the noise is different at different times of day, which is again completely different to what you see on Earth, where the dominant noise is generated by the ocean, and it's ever present and very much unchanging. So figuring out both the signals and the noise on Mars is proving a little bit trickier than we expected. However, not all is lost. So one thing that we've been working on at the moment is trying to detect a signal of known size, location, and magnitude. On Earth, it's easy to independently determine those things. If someone tells you there was an earthquake in that area, you can use that information to calibrate the other measurements that you've made. On Mars, we can't do that with only a single seismic station. So what we've been working on at the moment is trying to use the landing of the Mars 2020's mission as a known seismic source. So attempting to detect the sonic boom as it enters the atmosphere, and then the impact of the balance masses that the spacecraft jettisons with the ground. So this is a picture I took of Perseverance in the high bay at JPL when I visited last year. It's really cool, especially to think that that is now on the surface of Mars. So as I said, there's a series of different kinds of signals we're trying to detect from Perseverance: a pressure wave in the atmosphere, a seismoacoustic wave, that's the pressure wave hitting the ground and being converted into a seismic wave, and the body wave, so the P and S waves from the impact of the balance masses with the ground. And if we were able to make this detection, it would be the first time that we've ever seen a source on Mars where we a priori know its magnitude, location, and timing, which means that we can use it as a calibration. That's all I wanted to share with you today, but I hope you found it interesting and a little bit of an insight as to what my life is like as a PhD student working on the InSight mission and the really exciting science we're doing therein. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that fantastic talk, Ben. That was very interesting. Now we're going to move on to our live Q&A portion of the talk, where you can submit your questions to Ben, and we'll answer them here on the stream. If you haven't submitted your question yet, there's still time, so please make sure you do submit those. Thank you again, Ben.
No worries.
The first question that we've got through is, how will Perseverance's landing help calibrate future missions, and what science does this make possible?
So what we're trying to do on Mars is to image the interior structure of the planet using Marsquakes. And it's relatively straightforward on Earth, because if you have an event, it's normally an earthquake, sometimes a large explosion if you're in certain parts of the world, places where people like to do nuclear testing and the like, and you have lots of seismometers around the world, you can very quickly work out how far away that event was, what kind of event it was, how deep it was, that sort of thing. On Mars, that's much more challenging because you've only got one station. All you know is that a wave came from somewhere to your station. And you can generally work out what direction it came from and how far away it was, but working out sort of what we call the mechanism, so how the Marsquake happened, working out independently how big it was, when it happened, what caused it to happen is much more challenging. So Perseverance's landing was an event where we knew exactly when, where, and how big it was going to be. So the idea being, if we see something from the landing, we can then work backwards, and then we know exactly how long it took the waves to travel from Perseverance to InSight. If we measure the amplitude at InSight, we know how big the waves should have been when they left Perseverance. We can figure out how they attenuate through the crust of Mars, that sort of thing. If we don't see anything, then that gives us an upper bound on how efficient the wave propagation is from the entry, descent, and landing through to coupling into the ground and then propagating to InSight. So that's what we mean by when we're trying to calibrate the InSight's instruments using Perseverance's landing.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Our second question is, how are sensitive instruments like seismometers designed to resist launch loads? And what was your role in Cassini?
Those are two excellent questions. Let's talk about Cassini first, because it's been a while. No Cassini anymore. Still a bit sad about that. But I worked as part of the MAG team on my master's project. So MAG is the magnetometer instrument on Cassini. It was built at Imperial College London. So it was two magnetometers on Cassini. They built one of the pair. And the magnetometer and the plasma spectrometer were the two instruments that I used data from, and they were used to study what we call the magnetosphere. So as some of you will know, the Earth carves out a little bubble in the solar wind using its magnetic field, which is the Earth's magnetosphere. Saturn does exactly the same thing. It carves out a slightly larger bubble called the Saturnian magnetosphere. And what I was doing was looking for evidence of a process that we call magnetic reconnection. So that's how the solar wind couples into the Earth's magnetic field, and how you get a transfer of magnetic energy across from the sun side to the Earth side. And it's an important process in all sorts of things to do with solar storms and aurora and so on and so forth. We know that it happens on the day side at Earth, so that's the side facing the sun, and probably at Jupiter too, and incidentally at Mercury, because for some reason Mercury has a magnetic field, who knows why. But it wasn't clear whether it happened at Saturn or not. So my role on the mission was to look for evidence of magnetic reconnection on the day side at Saturn, to try and understand how Saturn's magnetic field couples into the solar wind. The short answer was we didn't really see anything that was unambiguously related to that, but there were a few things that looked interesting. I think people are still looking on the Cassini data. I've moved on. And what was the first part of the question again? Sorry.
Sorry, that was. Let me quickly just check that. How are sensitive instruments like seismometers designed to resist launch loads?
Yeah, this is a really great question. So the big seismometers, sort of things lock up and they're held in place and they're all very much insulated. The small seismometers, so the ones that were built at Imperial in London and tested in Oxford, the sort of main bit, the mass of the seismometer. So the seismometer works by the spacecraft shakes and there's a mass in the middle. You exert an electrical, or you put an electrical current through it to stabilize that mass. And the amount of current you need to put through that mass to stop it moving tells you how much the rest of the spacecraft is shaking. That's really difficult because the balance mass is basically a single crystal of silicon. So you really don't want it to snap because otherwise it stops working. It helps that it's very, very small, so it's about that big. But they had to design, I think they used a special kind of solder. So the solder that's used to hold the joints together on the magnetometer is designed to absorb a lot of the launch loads. And then, of course, the whole instrument itself is designed to be isolated from the spacecraft shaking. So it was stuck on top of InSight during the launch and then lifted off onto the surface. And there was just a lot of time put into making sure that all the seals on the instrument were good, so it maintained a vacuum throughout, and then also making sure that it was as well insulated from any potential vibrations as you could possibly get. But it kind of helps in that it was an instrument that's designed to work in a noisy environment where it's being shook a lot. I mean, the Martian wind doesn't shake it as much as an Atlas V lifting off, but it was an instrument that was designed with being moved around quite a lot in mind.
Wonderful. Thank you. The next question is, what is the most unusual seismic activity detected on Mars?
That's a good question, not because... Well, it's a good question because there are many different answers to it. Things on Mars are very weird. Marsquakes do not look at all like earthquakes. They also don't really look like moonquakes either. So there are a lot of events that happen on Mars which don't have surface waves. So surface waves are the things you really want to avoid on Earth. They're the ones that are really big and really dangerous. You don't get those on Mars. And the events themselves last many minutes. I mean, some of you may have seen there were a series of earthquakes in New Zealand a couple of days ago. They last a matter of seconds. Why Mars is the way that it is a big question. I think all of the events that we see are pretty unusual. There's nothing that has a clear equivalence for Earth. Even the noise, so the ambient noise that the instrument records when there's no Marsquakes. On Earth, it's overwhelmingly dominated by the ocean. So the ocean is the dominant source of noise on Earth, wherever you are on the planet. On Mars, it's the atmosphere, but the noise that the atmosphere produces changes throughout the course of the day for reasons that we still don't particularly understand. So when I give this talk, I often sort of say there's a slide which just says everything is weird on Mars. So I would describe the whole thing as quite unusual. Maybe it's better to ask what's like it is on Earth, and the answer is not very much.
As a matter of fact, we've got quite a good follow-up question to that, which is, well then, what is the main cause of Marsquakes since the planet doesn't have plate tectonics like on Earth? And does the presence of Marsquakes imply an active interior to the planet?
Good question. So does Mars have plate tectonics? Almost certainly not anymore. Did it at one point in the past? Possibly, right? The planet's clearly extremely volcanically active several billion years ago, and all that energy came from somewhere. It's unclear where exactly it did. The Marsquakes we see are presumably excited by, should we say, sort of residual deformation happening in the crust, so the planet's still cooling down. But where, why exactly do they happen is still an outstanding question, I would say. And there's a lot to be learned about what that can teach us about why Mars's interior is the way that it is. The core is not producing a magnetic field anymore the same way that it is on Earth, so the interior is clearly less active than ours is.
Sure, everyone's very excited to find out those almost as much as you are. So another question is, was the calibration of InSight using the Perseverance landing successful?
I'm afraid I can't answer that.
Ooh. Okay, then we will move on to the next question. Will the Rosalind Franklin rover provide a third monitoring station? And if so, what further information will it provide?
Yeah, so Rosalind Franklin is I think the Russian-built part of it, the Casio or something, I don't know how you pronounce it, but will have a seismometer on it. It's entirely unclear what the mechanism will be at this point. There's not been a huge number of details released, but the hope is that it will be a third monitoring station. Whether InSight's still around by the time it lands is another question, though.
Well, that's fantastic news. Another question is, when will the UK launch British rovers to Mars, and will it be an easy and smooth mission?
I don't think there are any plans for any British-built missions to the surface of Mars at the moment. I mean, there's certainly UK involvement in ExoMars like there was in InSight. Landing on Mars is extremely difficult. The success rate is about 50%. So I think actually with Perseverance's landing, it might have just crept up to 52-48, or that sort of dreaded percentage that we're all used to in this country. You may or may not take as a sign. The chances are now ever so slightly that it will be successful if it gets off the ground.
Okay, wonderful. We have time for one more very, very quick question. And that is, are you interested in looking at the poles of Mars? And do you know of any current prospects that involve them?
So the poles of Mars are a really interesting question because most missions so far have focused on the equatorial regions just because that's where the solar power is easiest to get. So InSight is there for that reason exactly. Phoenix landed at the North Pole of Mars in 2008. The challenge there is that you have only a single season. So as soon as winter comes, the carbon dioxide just accumulates on the spacecraft and it fails. I don't think there are any missions that have been funded at the moment to go to the poles. So ExoMars will also be relatively close to the equator. But it's an interesting question because that's where we see a lot of the volatiles collecting just because it's colder. And those are of significant interest for understanding questions like habitability and the like. So I hope that we'll see more happening around the poles of Mars in the future, but I don't think it's something that's planned for anytime soon.
Well, thank you very much, Ben. That's all we have time for, I'm afraid. That was a fantastic talk and a wonderful Q&A session. It was wonderful having you here at the conference.
Wonderful. Thank you to be with you, and enjoy the rest of the afternoon.
Thank you. You too. We'll now be moving on to a talk from Chris Welch. Chris is a professor of astronautics and space engineering at the International Space University, where he leads the Space Payloads Laboratory and is the director of master's programs. With the rise of SpaceX, Blue Origin, and Virgin Galactic, private spaceflight is now becoming possible again. Chris's talk will look at its history, its current status, and plans for its future.
Hello, my name is Chris Welch. I'm a professor at the International Space University in Strasbourg, France, and a former chair of UK SEDS many, many years ago. So I'm very pleased to be here talking to the National Student Space Conference this year. Just a shame we can't all be there together. So my talk is on space tourism, and this is going to be the structure, a little bit about the domains, as I call them, space tourism, past, present, and future, and finally. So the domains. There are three sorts of space tourism that we're going to see today: suborbital, orbital, and deep space. Suborbital space tourism is when you travel up above the von Karman line, 100 kilometers above the surface of the Earth, the generally accepted definition of where space starts, but you don't have enough velocity to stay there. So you just come straight back to Earth again. Then orbital space tourism is, I think the sort of thing we're more used to seeing, where you travel up in a rocket and you not only gain altitude, but you gain velocity as well. And so you end up in an orbit around the Earth, and you can either stay in that orbit or you can dock with a space station or something else. And then lastly, if you have an even bigger, more powerful rocket, maybe you can travel off into deep space away from Earth orbit. And we'll see one example of that today. This picture here goes back to 1989. These are the final 35 candidates for the Juno mission, an Anglo-Russian mission to the Mir space station. This person here in the bottom left-hand corner is me, back in the days when my hair was black. This person over here, this is Helen Sharman when she was younger. And the point of this story is this person here is a guy called Patrick Collins. Now, Patrick was the first person who ever said the word space tourism to me. Until that time, I had always thought of space agencies and career astronauts. But Patrick was a visionary thinker. He'd been doing some work with the Japanese, who I'll say more about in a bit, and convinced me that there was the commercial possibility to send human beings into space just because they wanted to go, effectively, even though at the time we didn't know quite how that would happen. I knew that there were some people who were not career astronauts who'd been into space, and here we see a couple of examples. Senator Jake Garn flew on the space shuttle in 1985. He was the chair of a congressional committee that oversaw NASA's budget. Maybe that had something to do with it. Then there was Prince Sultan bin Salman from Saudi Arabia. Now, he worked for a company called Arabsat, and NASA was deploying that satellite. So he went on a single trip as a mission specialist. So that was a sort of work-related trip. Another American politician, Bill Nelson, flew on the space shuttle in 1986. He was also the chair of a very important committee. So again, who knows if that influenced the decision at all. But on the right here, we have an early commercial approach. A Japanese television company sent Toyohiro Akiyama to the Mir space station. They paid $28 million for that possibility. And while he was there, he broadcast back down TV programs to people in Japan, which raised the profile of space quite significantly. And of course, Helen Sharman, who was ultimately selected to fly, I'm sure you all knew that already. She went to the Mir space station in 1991, not a tourist, but again, a private spaceflight participant, if you like. And this started to suggest that maybe there was a market for space travel. The Japanese, who I mentioned earlier in connection with Toyohiro and also with Patrick Collins, had been thinking about this for a while from the 80s. And in 1993, the Japan Rocket Society did a survey, and you can see the results, very positive on the idea of space tourism. And there was also some design work carried out. And here you can see an artist's impression of a large space tourism vehicle that they had conceptually designed. But I think the thing that moved space tourism forward the most was the X Prize, the Ansari X Prize, which was founded in 1996. And this was a global competition designed to focus attention on suborbital space tourism. And so the $10 million prize was to go to whichever group or company were able to privately finance, build and launch a spaceship, which carried 3 people above 100 kilometers, obviously brought them back to Earth, and then did the same thing again within 2 weeks. Replacing only 10% of the structure was another requirement. And you can see here, the suborbital trajectory. So it goes up, over 100 kilometers. There's a little period when people can float around at the top, and then it comes back down again. So this certainly garnered attention, and 16 teams registered for the Ansari X Prize. And here you can see pictures of some of them. Now, honestly, some of them were really just CAD drawings without anything more substantial. Some were actually projects that kept going. And the one in the top left, the X-Core Lynx spaceplane, kept going for many years and looked like it might be a viable company. There was a Lynx space flight competition connected with a deodorant that promised a space flight on this vehicle, but unfortunately the company didn't prosper for long enough. What happened to the Ansari X Prize? Well, we'll come back to that in a couple of slides. So people were focusing on space tourism, and in 2002, the Futron Corporation published a market study looking at the next 20 years, which brings us, neatly to 2021, where we are now. And Futron thought that suborbital space tourism had the potential for 15,000 passengers and $700 million in revenues per year by this year. And I think we would all agree we're not there. We haven't actually seen any commercially flown suborbital tourists yet. We're almost there. Orbital space tourism, they said, well, $300 million in revenues per year by 2021. And maybe, as we'll see, maybe we're there. So who won the X Prize? Well, in the end, out of all the 16 teams that entered, only one flew and one won the prize. And this was Scale Composites and their air-launched Spaceship One idea. This was successful. It won the X Prize. It led to the founding of Virgin Galactic the same year. And, for Virgin Galactic, it was always going to be just a few years and, we would be flying customers. And we've reached 2021 yet, so what's that, 17 years later on, and we're still not quite there. Maybe this year, 2021, is the year that we will see Virgin Galactic carry its first customers. It's proved to be more difficult, I think, than anyone realized back in 2004. So that's suborbital space tourism. But orbital space tourism prospered. There's a company called Space Adventures, which was founded in the late 90s. And this flew a whole bunch of people to the International Space Station, 7 clients on 8 missions. They were paying about $25 million each. And the way that this worked, the Soyuz capsule that the Russians flew to the space station had 3 seats, and one of them was free. And so this seat got sold off. And that's how these people flew. And you can see a bunch of people. This is Anusha Ansari, whose family funded the X Prize. This is Charles Simonyi, who is one of the 3 founders of Microsoft. If you look here, you can see he actually went to the space station twice. And then down the bottom here, Guy Laliberté, the first clown in space. He's the owner of Cirque du Soleil, if you know Cirque du Soleil, which proves that clowning around can make you extremely rich. And the reason that this business proposition did not continue was because the Soyuz seats became unavailable. And that was because the space shuttle reached the end of its operational life. And so this third seat was now needed to fly American astronauts to the space station. And until SpaceX started flying to the space station, just last year, this was how American astronauts for almost a decade had to get there. Which brings us neatly on to SpaceX. SpaceX is a very, very new company in compared to some of the companies in the space domain, but its success has been phenomenal. Contracts to deliver cargo to the ISS, to launch US Air Force satellites, the Starlink constellation that they're doing at the moment, and critically Crew Dragon flying to the space station, and then later on, the Starship, which is under development, and we'll hear more about Starship later on. Now that they have Crew Dragon, we can have missions like this, Inspiration 4, which was announced very, very recently. Jared Isaacman, who is a billionaire, has paid around $200 million for 4 seats. On a SpaceX capsule. He's having one. He's giving another one to an employee from a hospital/hospice, which he supports. And then the other 2 are up for grabs, either for people who donate to the hospital and maybe win a seat, or people who register and set up with his company, Shift 4, and post suitably inspirational business stories on social media. So it's a pretty good deal. For 200 million, he gets to go to space, he gets to raise money for one of his favorite charitable aims, and he gets to promote his company. At the same time, there's a company called Axiom. They are ultimately interested in designing and building their own private space station. They're planning to send a module to the International Space Station to start off with. But at the same time, because NASA has now opened up the ISS to commercial opportunities, they're planning to send private astronauts there flying with SpaceX. And so they have announced their first mission, the AX-1 mission, was going to fly this year. Now it looks like it's delayed into early 2022. But the gent in the top left is Michael Lopez Alegria. He's a former NASA astronaut, so he's the pilot. And the other 3 men there have each paid $55 million. So you can see that we're reaching this $300 million a year revenue for orbital space tourism already. Who would have thought that orbital space tourism would make more money than suborbital? Should also mention Space Hero, a global reality TV show, I should say, just for sake of transparency. I'm an advisor to Space Hero. But the point about Space Hero is that it's going to be a global competition, and the winner will fly to the International Space Station in 2023 with Axiom Space. So watch out for news of that if you want to go to space. Enter, you might win, you might go to space. So that's a thing for the future. Also, other players in suborbital space tourism, Blue Origin, Jeff Bezos' space company. It's got big aims beyond suborbital tourism, but this is where they're starting. So here you can see the flight profile. This is a flight of a few minutes. You can go up on a rocket, the capsule separates. The passengers in the capsule enjoy themselves. The capsule comes back down under parachutes, and the rocket lands again. Now, I mentioned that we would see Starship again, and I mentioned that we would see deep space tourism. And this, I think, is possibly more speculative than some, but the gent in the top right, sitting next to Elon Musk, is Yusaku Maezawa. He's a Japanese billionaire. And what he wants to do, he says in 2023, but I think that's slightly optimistic, that depends on the availability of Starship, is he wants to buy a Starship or rent a Starship and carry 6 to 8 artists in a Starship on a trajectory around the moon in order to inspire them in ways they haven't been before. So, if you want to go on that trip, it's time to start bolstering your artistic credentials in the hope that you will be selected. So that's been a very, very fast coverage of space tourism in the future. I want to come back just briefly at the end to that logo I showed you on the slide at the beginning, the Space Tourism Agency of Russia. What is that? Well, that was an interesting project that I had some involvement in way back. And in fact, this was a hoax. It was a reality TV show back in 2005. the aim of which was to take 12 contestants and convince them that they were training as space tourists in Russia and then flying into space. It was made by Endemol for Channel 4 and presented by Johnny Vaughan. I don't know if he's still famous. He was in 2005. And it may sound bizarre, but a lot of effort was gone into to convince people. This is a space shuttle simulator. Okay, you can see the cabin there. This was all controlled by actuators. Here you can see the candidates inside the simulated space shuttle. Outside they had giant projection screens to project the Earth turning. And they succeeded reasonably well in persuading some of them that they were going to space. They thought they had gone to Russia to be trained. They were actually on an air base just outside Ipswich. And here you can see some of the final candidates who thought they had actually sort of gone to space, and then it turned out they hadn't. And this was interesting because it only worked at this particular time when people knew that space tourism was possible, but didn't know enough about it to be able to sort of pick holes in the scenario. I don't think you could do this nowadays. People know too much about it. But back in 2005, yes, the X Prize had just been won. People knew it was a possibility. And so there was an opportunity for pretend space tourism. That's all from me. I'll be happy to take questions in the online forums that I think are going to be made available. So I look forward to seeing you there. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Chris, for that absolutely fascinating talk. We'll now be moving on to our live Q&A session with Chris. So if you have any question for Chris that you did not submit throughout the talk, please remember to use our Q&A function to submit them now, and we will ask them during this session. So Chris, our first question is, how long could it be until space tourism is accessible outside of the super wealthy?
Well, that's difficult. I think that depends what you class as super wealthy. If you think of even a cheap space tourism trip with Virgin Galactic is in the order of hundreds of thousands. Now, I've got to be honest. Yes, space professors don't get paid enough to to do those. But I do know. I've got a friend who's an astronomer and a writer who decided to cash in his pension and to buy a Virgin Galactic ticket. So I wouldn't have classed him as a wealthy person. So maybe if you start thinking about it far enough in advance and save for it, you could get a ticket. And if it becomes routine, I'm sure the prices will come down. That said, it's always going to be expensive to get to space compared to traveling between two cities in the same country. So it may be the sort of thing that's like a kind of luxury cruise. You save up for it for 10 years and then do it.
Thank you for your answer. Our next question is, why has space tourism taken so long to come to fruition despite the demand being there?
I think it's because it's turned out to be more difficult than people thought. It depends a little bit on the precise form of space tourism you're talking about. As I said in the talk, we had space tourists flying to the International Space Station on the Soyuz, and that stopped basically for geopolitical reasons. That third seat was needed by the Americans because the shuttle was taken out of service. If the shuttle hadn't been taken out of service, or the Americans had delivered some other vehicle in the meantime, the Russians could have gone on selling those seats, and we'd have had 2 or 3 times the number of orbital space tourists. For suborbital space tourism, it's because it's taken time to develop the vehicles. As we've seen with Virgin Galactic, that's turned out to take much, much, much longer than they thought. Jeff Bezos and Blue Origin have been moving faster on that, but even they, have not, delivered, in time. It's got to be safe. If you kill your first customers, or even early on your customers, then that's the entire market gone, and you won't get your investment back. So particularly for suborbital space tourism, you've got to be really, really sure that it's safe.
That's a wonderful answer. Thank you. Our next question is, why doesn't Axiom Space buy parts of the ISS as it is getting decommissioned?
I don't have an answer for that question. It's a good question. There's no reason why they shouldn't. I guess, other than the fact they would be buying a rather old space station rather than having a brand new one. There's always problems with legacy equipment. I mean, if you look at the difference in design between the SpaceX capsule, and things like the space shuttle, and you look at the controls, I imagine that Axiom are hoping to have a station that looks more like the inside of the SpaceX capsule than the current space station does. So, I mean, they could, I suppose. It would come down to how much NASA wanted to sell it for, and what utility they saw in it, because it wasn't designed for private use. For lots of passengers there, it takes a lot of maintenance. You've got to have at least 3 people on board the space station just to do the maintenance, and that has a high operational cost. So there's a whole bunch of reasons, but I don't know for sure.
Thank you. Our next question is, how will space architecture develop to meet the demands of tourism? And how, as an aspiring space architect, can I get on this route?
Okay, well, I would say there's 2 aspects to the space architecture there. If you like, the kind of functional aspect, which is the overall design of the habitat, and then I guess there's what I would call the interior design. If you're catering to very rich space tourists, then who are used to staying at upscale hotels, they will probably expect an upscale interior, despite the fact that this is in a rather sort of remote location compared to most hotels. And we've seen some designs like this, the designs of the inside of the Virgin Galactic plane, and some other conceptual designs for inside space stations. So there's that aspect, if you like. There's the kind of interior design, the kind of feeling of luxury, and then there's the infrastructure, the actual design of the modules to be habitable by humans. Obviously, there's an intersection with engineering there. If you want to be a space architect, I mean, there are some specialized courses in space architecture in the world. For instance, there's the Sasakawa International Center for Space Architecture at the University of Houston. So you could look at trying to study there. There are a number of space architecture companies in the world. One of the ones I know best, because it was set up by an ISU alum, is Liquifer Space Systems, which is based in Austria. So it's not a big field yet, but it will grow. So I would say, find architects working in the field. Google, I think it's spacearchitects.org. There is a space architects organization. Connect with them, go to the right sort of conferences, and find the space architecture sessions, and build your network and connect with people.
Thank you. I'm sure that's some wonderful inspiration for those interested in getting into space architecture. Our next question is, what kind of candidates are the producers of Space Hero looking for?
For Space Hero, we're looking for basically anybody in the world, can enter. Obviously, ultimately, to be able to fly, there will be some physical, medical constraints. But it very much is about having an open selection as much as possible. There's going to be an app. Inevitably, there has to be an app for everything these days, which will be the first point of contact. People will be able to register, and then there will be a series of challenge and activities related to space, but also related to things such as community activity, because part of the ethos of Space Hero is looking after the planet and having a more environmental view. And then gradually it will come down, and there will be 20 or so final candidates, and there will be a television program. So that's the plan. Space Hero doesn't have any particular concepts of particular people other than everybody, and we've seen this week. I mean, since I recorded that talk for you, the Dear Moon project, as I described, has changed, and they've opened it up to everybody, and anyone who wants to, you can register for Dear Moon, and there are 100,000 registrations, including me, within the first day. So there's clearly a lot of interest in spaceflight amongst people in the general population, and projects like Dear Moon, projects like Space Hero, they're part of the democratization of space, enabling more and more people to go there.
Thank you. We had a couple of questions about Space Hero, actually, so I hope that cleared up a few of them.
Well, people can always find me on LinkedIn or Twitter or social media somewhere and ask me directly if they can't talk to me today.
We have time for one more question.
Okay.
For that, we will ask, how do you think the increase in space debris will affect space tourism and launches in general?
Well, it depends just how the space debris increases, and clearly we're not in a good situation with space debris at the moment. The question is, are all the predictions of the Kessler effect going to come into play? And yeah, if the Kessler syndrome comes true in a really bad way, it's not just going to affect space tourism; it's going to affect all space activities, and it's going to be bad for all of them. There's no doubt about it.
Well, thank you very much again, Chris, for a fantastic talk and a wonderful Q&A session. It's an absolute pleasure to have you here at the conference.
Great to be back.
Right. So Chris will now be on our community Discord server for some further Q&A and informal discussion. So make sure to find him there. We'll now be going to lunch, but we'll be back at 1:30 for talks on space activities in Cornwall on this stream and a debate on the use of satellite mega constellations on stream 2.
Okay, see you on Discord.
Welcome back everyone. The space sector is thriving in Cornwall and we'll now hear from Cornwall Space, Spaceport Cornwall and Ghina Earth Station. As always, if you want to find out more, please visit them at our careers fair.
Hi there, my name is Gail Eastoe and a very warm welcome to the Cornwall Space Cluster. Today I'm going to give a bit of an overview about some of the innovation that's happening in Cornwall, the support available for startups and entrepreneurs and how to access funding, and some examples of businesses who are benefiting from this support already. I'll also give you a bit of a glimpse into the innovation ecosystem to see if we can inspire you to become part of our space community. Cornwall Space ambitions are very much around growing the space and data sectors and really using space to accelerate some of the strengths that we have in our heritage industries. And these include things like geo-resources, building on our mining heritage, on clean energy, where we're focusing on geothermal energy and floating offshore wind, as well as our traditional agri-food and visitor economy or tourism, so we can share this county with more and more people. We're working really closely with national government to grow the UK space economy, meaning there are countless opportunities for new startups and entrepreneurs who are looking to make Cornwall their base. You're going to be hearing from some of my colleagues later in the day's session. And I think it's fair to say that Cornwall is leading the way in some of the biggest innovations currently taking place in the space sector. We've got the exciting news of the spaceport at Newquay and Spaceport Cornwall partnering with Virgin Orbit to launch small satellites next year. We've also got the work that Goonhilly Earth Station is doing, one of the most capable ground satellite stations in the world, and is doing something really exciting in terms of deep space communications, as well as its core business in satellite communications, satellite operations, and Earth observation. We've also got a lot of dedicated funding at the moment on data, on space, and on aerospace sectors. But it may be better to show you what we're doing in this short video.
With an increase of 164% in less than a decade, the space industry in Cornwall is on an upward curve, welcoming many high-growth companies onto the scene. We're looking for more disruptive businesses to shape a new space economy. What's on offer? We provide support and funding. We'll help you move, settle in, and set up shop. And with our connections, we'll personally introduce you to the space neighbours on your doorstep. Spaceport Cornwall is Europe's horizontal satellite launch location, and our collaboration with Virgin Orbit means we can provide rapid, low-cost and safe access to space. And with Goonhilly Earth Station, Spaceport Cornwall's mission control partner, we offer industry and communications gateway to space. Disruptors, innovators, explorers, trailblazers. Let's talk.
As you can see from the map of Cornwall here, we've actually got a space cluster where lots of different activities happening across about 14 sites. But we're very lucky, as Cornwall's quite small, most of those sites are actually only about 30 or 60 minutes at most apart from each other. And we're really excited about some of the connections that are being made and collaborations that are happening across the region, but also between the cluster here and other clusters around the UK. You'll be hearing from Goonhilly today, but there's some really exciting stuff happening. And one of the things I wanted to pull out was the work that's happening around cutting edge AI activity at Goonhilly's Space Institute. This is having a really interesting effect around clustering, as businesses are looking to come to that region and work with the engineers and the space scientists, as well as students who are coming to Goonhilly to take advantage of the summer school programmes. You'll also be hearing from colleagues at the Spaceport Cornwall team about the activity that's happening there, as I mentioned earlier, with Virgin Orbit. And that's really exciting, and again, is focusing people's thinking around what could come off the back of that. We also have a Centre of Excellence for the Satellite Applications Catapult. So Cornwall's home to the Southwest Centre. And that centre focuses on e-health and wellbeing, marine and maritime, and marine and natural capital. So you can see some alignment there back to that industrial strategy that I talked about earlier. The Southwest Centre, like their sister centres, supports innovators and researchers to develop and commercialise space technologies and satellite applications in areas like Earth observation, satellite communications, and navigation. But they're constantly scanning the horizon for new opportunities, and they provide wide-ranging business support initiatives for startups and SMEs looking to accelerate their innovation empowered by satellites. If you're a startup with an idea, ideally a big idea, then funding and support is also available from Cornwall Aerospace for your product or service development. We work with any business who could add value to the aerospace or space sectors. And we're looking for businesses who want to collaborate with companies in Cornwall or even register a business in the region. And we can help you in 3 different ways. Firstly, we really want to help you understand the market into which you might be introducing those products and services. So we'll help you meet potential customers, suppliers, sector experts, and they can really help you refine your product and service to make sure it's commercially viable and will sell. Secondly, as you develop the product, we cover 50% of the R&D costs with a grant. Typical funding is an average of £60,000, but can be as little as £10,000 and up to £100,000. And thirdly, we help you unlock the market with up to 100 hours of support to ensure that your product or service is in the best possible shape to overcome any barriers to entry and be supplied to your customers. This could be advice on intellectual property, R&D tax credits, supply chain accreditation, or how best to sell your product or service on a particular platform. There's not just Cornwall Aerospace funding, there are other funding streams across the region that you can access. And some are listed here, and I'd be very happy to share details with anyone that wanted to find out more. But to bring this to life for you, let's look at a couple of examples. So the first one is a homegrown startup, Data Duopoly, who graduated from the incubation programme at Falmouth University called Launchpad. They're developing a new app which was originally focused around tourism and helping people navigate around different visitor attractions. And we worked with them to help them understand the market by going to the UK Space Conference and getting to talk to those sector experts. And they were really, really fortunate to win a pitch to the primes where they presented their ideas to some of the biggest space companies. They won that and got presented by their prize by Major Timiebi, which was really exciting. They're now doing work to develop their project where they will expand that, and they're looking at also using that for a COVID tracking and tracing application, and then we'll help them exploit that as and when that project develops. The second example is a company called Exobotics. So this company actually spun out of Cambridge University and has moved down to Cornwall to develop a lunar rover, which you can see on the left there, and some technology that's accompanying that, which then they may sell on to other providers. Again, we help them understand the market. We're funding some work that they're doing, and they've actually been out at IDEX in the last week or two to disseminate and present their initial findings to potential customers. We're really keen for you guys to access our innovation ecosystem and immerse yourselves in the culture, to get inspired by other startups and business incubation centres located around Cornwall. There's an image here that just shows one of the campus university sites where we actually have 3 universities co-located. It's the only place in the UK where that happens. We've got the University of Exeter, University of Plymouth, the University of Falmouth, all working together, and they offer access to robotics, mining expertise, environmental sustainability research, and artificial intelligence expertise. And they also carry out specific research in things like extrasolar planets, the dark environment, and Earth observation. And to give you a bit of a flavour, University of Exeter focuses predominantly on environmental science in Cornwall and is home to the world famous Camborne School of Mines. Falmouth University is a creative university which specialises in digital, gaming and creative arts. And as I mentioned, it's also home to Launchpad, the digital startup or incubation centre. And we can support businesses who've worked in that incubation centre who are then looking to develop their businesses if they're working in space-related activity. Together, Exeter and Falmouth teach over 11,000 students in Cornwall. Plymouth University specialises in the marine science and robotics areas and also manages the 3 innovation centres across the region. We're also really lucky that Truro and Penwith's partnership in the South West Institute of Technology is seeing a new £7 million specialist technology facility built at Truro College. Truro College also delivers the UK's only space operations apprenticeship. Cornwall has 3 innovation centres, where you can rent a hot desk. And if you're looking for workspace to rent, we have brand new high quality offices, workshops and light industrial units, such as the Aerohub site, which you can see here. The building on the right actually looks right over the runway at Cornwall Airport Newquay, and that's the runway where Spaceport will be taking off from next year. We are an ambitious region, and by 2030, Cornwall will be a leader in the National Space Programme. We will be the UK's primary data communications and satellite operations centre for government, commercial and academic-led exploration and deep space missions. And we will be globally recognised as a centre for horizontal launch services. We want to inspire and equip the next generation of scientists, software and technology developers, engineers and entrepreneurs to engage with the data and space sectors. I really hope we've inspired you a little bit today. So if you're looking for a summer placement, a business startup, or a postgraduate looking to set up a new enterprise, I encourage you to consider becoming part of our growing space community. If you'd like to find out more, please check out the website or get in touch with me. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Dave Pollard and I am the Education and Outreach Manager at Spaceport Cornwall. Spaceport Cornwall is a collaboration between Cornwall Council, Goonhilly Earth Station, Virgin Orbit, Cornwall Airport Newquay and Cornwall and Isles of Scilly Local Enterprise Partnership. And we will be launching satellites and rockets from Spaceport Cornwall in 2022. First of all, I'd like to show you a quick video from Virgin Orbit, and this shows their successful test flight from Mojave Desert a couple of weeks ago, and then I'll move on to tell you why this is really important to us at Spaceport Cornwall.
LC, this is LD Control Room. We are currently on track for our nominal timeline, and our current drop time as listed in Trillian is 19:25 UTC.
Plane and controller and flight crew has been boarded the aircraft.
Cosmic Girl, this is orbit base. You are go for takeoff.
Copy, go for takeoff.
Altitude 3000.
And orbit base, Cosmic Girl is starting the turn to the inbound. Pulling now. Pull.
Pulling.
Release. Release, release, release. Release.
Just is ignited.
Confirm Newton 3 engine startup.
Max Alpha achieved. TBC's in first stage looking good.
We had a pretty awesome view up here.
Max Q Alpha achieved.
Stage 1 burn nominal.
Stage set, brake wires broken.
Newton 4 startup complete.
Recovered, and we are now returning to base.
Bearing, brake wires broken.
Launcher 1's in space. Sounds like the blue skies went to black.
This is Radiohead on control. Mauritius has confirmed acquisitions. Payload separation confirmed.
The reason I wanted to show you that is because that's the exact same technology that Virgin Orbit will be bringing to Spaceport Cornwall in 2022. So Spaceport Cornwall is going to be based at Cornwall Airport Newquay, and the reason that Cornwall Airport Newquay has been chosen is because it's got one of the longest runways in the UK, it's got a largely uncongested airspace, and most importantly, it's got almost direct access over the sea, which is perfect for launching planes and rockets. I just want to show you now a quick video about who we are and what we're planning to do, so you just get a bit of a better idea. That gives you a good idea of who we are and what we're planning to do. And this is what we're going to see from Spaceport Cornwall in 2022. So what opportunities are there? So for us, we're really excited about developing a space cluster here in Cornwall. We've got a runway and a spaceport with Spaceport Cornwall and Cornwall Airport Newquay. We've got an aircraft and a rocket with Virgin Orbit. We've already got world-class mission control facilities with Ghina Halabi Earth Station, and we're also home to one of the satellite application catapults as well. And you've already heard from Aerospace Cornwall, and there's huge opportunities for businesses who are already down here or who are looking to set up down here to develop and get support in developing. The UK have got an ambition of capturing 10% of the global £400 billion space economy by 2030. We already we already manufacture a lot of the world's satellites, but we have no launch facility, and we're hoping to change that. There are other spaceports that are developing around the country. There's a couple in Scotland, one in Wales. So if spaceports are of particular interest to you, you can have a look at those as well. And the launch market alone is going to be worth over £10 billion over the next decade. So huge areas of opportunity. One other massive opportunity that I'm particularly passionate about is the opportunity to inspire a generation of young people with STEM skills, so science, technology, engineering and maths. When the Apollo programs started in the US, they saw a huge spike in students studying those subjects right up to PhD level. And we're hoping that by having a good outreach program, that will have the same effect on young people and students going through education at the moment. So what's the opportunity for you? In the future, we're talking about jobs, and we're not just talking about astronauts. So for the moon landings, the astronaut moon landings, there were 400,000 people that worked on those moon landings, and only a handful of astronauts that actually went up in space. We're more talking about things on the other side of this page. So things like spaceport operations, space plane and rocket systems, payload integration and propulsion systems. Also aerospace engineers. I think it's widely acknowledged that engineers are in short supply in a lot of industries, and that's the same in our industry. So the engineers are the people that solve the problems, that put things together, and they're very much needed. One massive area of opportunity that I think is downstream application development. Once the satellites have been launched and that data is being captured, how do we use that data in a commercially positive way, but also something that will benefit us and be used well? If you can come up with ideas of how to use that data to make positive commercial products, I think there's huge opportunity for you there. I just want to talk a little bit more about opportunities that you might look at. I know the Space Careers website is a UK SEDS run website, but it is particularly useful if you're looking at jobs in the sector, and also if you want to look at jobs and then work backwards to see what other skills and attributes you might need to be able to get those jobs. Another area of interest that might be interest to you is the UK Space Agency Space Placements in Industry, so SPIN for short, and these are short sort of 6 to 8 week internships that the UK Space Agency will fund, working with other space sector businesses in the UK. I would also say engage, follow the organisations and the space businesses that you're interested in on social media, and engage with sort of any programs or any activities that they have going on, and follow people on LinkedIn as well. Search for opportunities. Once you follow those organisations, you'll probably find a number of them may run small competitions throughout the year. Engage with those and see how you get on. All of those things are great for your CV. I think you've already heard if the UK are looking to capture 10% of the £400 billion space economy by 2030, we're going to need new businesses in this sector to achieve that. And there's tons of support for new businesses. You've already heard from Aerospace Cornwall, and they are one real huge supporter for new business in Cornwall. And if that's something that you're considering, I would really encourage having those conversations and seeing if that's something you can work towards. And the satellite applications catapult are another one that are worth having conversations with. I just wanted to highlight another opportunity as well. In Cornwall, we've got an organisation called Launchpad, which is based at Falmouth University, and this is essentially a fully funded business entrepreneurship master's program. So you'll actually get paid, I think it's about £16,000 to be on the course, but whilst you're on that course, you'll be expected to set up a business. And that business can be in any sector, but we've seen a growing number of businesses setting up in the that use space or space data from the Launchpad program, and some of those businesses have been really successful in sourcing good deals of funding from Aerospace Cornwall. So I would really encourage looking at that program as well. It's extremely competitive, but if that is something you're interested in, it could be a real good sort of boost up the ladder for you. Thank you very much for listening to me today. I hope you found it useful. Yeah, have a great day.
Welcome from Ghina Earth Station Limited. I'm Dr. Kat Hickey. I'm a Senior Business Development Manager here at Ghina, and today I'm here to talk to you a little bit about what we do at Ghina and where there might be some opportunities for you in the future. So who are Ghina Earth Station Limited? We're an SME with a main site of 164 acres in Helston, and you can actually see an aerial shot of the site down here at the bottom left. We have a secondary office at Farnborough in Hampshire, which some of you might know. Our name, Ghina, is actually really well known nationally and internationally, particularly within the satellite communications sector. However, we're growing and diversifying our business to cover more areas of business such as deep space, data center, and AI, and we'll talk about that again in a little bit. The site itself actually has a really long legacy dating back all the way to the 1960s and was involved in many, many firsts throughout the history of telecommunications and satellite communications, not just in the UK, but globally. What we can see here on the left is an image of our Ghina 1 antenna. And if you look closely, you see a really old school button there. So you know that the antenna doesn't quite look like this at the moment. This antenna was actually built originally to communicate with the Telstar satellite. And I'm sure those of you familiar with satellite communications will know how iconic and historic that particular satellite was. Also quite iconic and historic is an event that happened in 1969, the moon landings, as I'm sure all of you will be aware. And the antenna that we see on the left, Ghina 1, was actually used to transmit some of the video imagery from the moon landings across the globe. The site is now under private ownership of Ghina Earth Station Limited. We started out as a really small company with 3 employees at the start and have grown to just under 50 currently, and there's more recruitment coming, as we'll discuss later on. We're mainly involved in near space communications, and that's what we've been doing for the last 10 years or so, and that's what we're really well known for. So on these images you can just see examples of some of the antennas that we have, some of the smaller, more agile sort of LEO MEO tracking type antennas, but then also some of the larger ones that are suitable for GEO type satellite communications. However, there's a push to diversify the business and to start to do other things. And so we are just on the edge of completing a 2-year upgrade program of our largest antenna, a 32-meter dish called Ghina 6, and that's what you see here in the top right. And this antenna will move from its original purpose as it was built for in 1985 to deep space communications, with NASA and ESA starting to grow more and more missions, and with commercial players also getting into deep space more and more. There's a need for more deep space capability, for more communications with deep space, and this antenna will be the world's first private deep space antenna to facilitate deep space communications. We're at an ideal location from a satellite communications point of view, so you can see here the sort of 2 footprints of geosats, and you can see the orbital path of the ISS, just to give you a few examples of where we're positioned there. But we also have different types of connectivity. So we're linked into the Janet network, which links to many UK academic partners. And we also sit at the edge of various subsea cables that land directly here in Cornwall. So with all of this, the satellite connectivity, the subsea cables, and the really good terrestrial connectivity that we have recently opened a Tier 4 equivalent data center on site. With the data center, there are some basic opportunities around hosting and co-location, but really what we're getting into a little bit more with this is what we call the Space AI Institute. which is a concept that we will shape sort of over this year and probably the next few years in a lot more detail. To give you an example of where we're going with the Space AI Institute, it's really to complement our existing communications capacity and capabilities, and to be able to facilitate collaborations with academic but also commercial partners within the realm of space AI. So particularly we're looking at, for example, academic applications of AI or machine learning that actually might have a commercial use that can be spun out into new companies where new products and services can be developed with these types of algorithms. And we're hoping that we can really create a very fertile ground for applications like that. There are other areas of business activity that are not quite as major as the ones I've gone through so far. So we do get involved in quite a lot of consultancy and also professional training. Some of you might be aware that we run an annual mission operations course. That course is currently a bit on hold due to the pandemic, but as soon as we're in a more normal world, that's something that we're going to be picking up again. And there are other types of training as well. We're a partner in Spaceport Cornwall, and that's bound to see lots of exciting events over the next few years. We have a conference center that was upgraded in 2019, and we quite regularly, again, in a non-COVID world, host events and conferences. We have a really good network of academic collaborators, particularly within the radio astronomy sector. So we're looking at upgrading 2 of our largest antennas, not the deep space one that I mentioned before, but 2 other ones for radio astronomy purposes. So we'll be getting involved in more scientific endeavors through those as well. And then for those of you interested in it, we do also do quite a lot of education and outreach. That's often focused on Cornwall, but not always. And we do get students in of various ages from all across the UK and have really good, through our radio astronomy network, also have really good connections into projects in Africa, more on the sort of undergraduate and graduate student level in terms of training and outreach. There are lots of plans for the next year or two, really. The first and most important one for us is the deep space activities. So we're moving our Goonhilly 6 antenna from upgrade mode into operations mode, and are starting to see the first missions that we will be supporting through this antenna. So that's a very exciting time. As I mentioned before, the Space AI Institute will be taking shape probably over the next year or two. So that's something where we can see lots of developments, and we'll continue our radio astronomy. So those are really just a few examples of some of the things that will be happening. There's a lot more growth and recruitment expected as well. I think I mentioned before that we started out with 3 employees at the very start of the company. We've grown quite rapidly and actually had a big growth spurt, if you want, between 2018 and 2019, where we went from just under 20 employees to basically the almost 50 that we are today. We are looking at recruiting more probably over the next year or two. So if you're about to maybe finish a degree or are starting to look for opportunities within the space sector, now will be a really good time. There's various areas of focus. I've listed a few here. We're particularly interested in people with skills in electronics design, so looking at FPGA type programming, software-defined radio, things like that. Embedded programming, space systems, deep space operations, which of course ties in with the activities on our deep space antenna. But then also more general skills such as project management, logistics, international travel options, general growth and sort of business development within the national space sector, but also internationally. So there are lots and lots of opportunities for you to get involved if you're interested, and with the 2 office locations as well, the one in Cornwall and then the other one in Hampshire, there's a bit of diversity there depending on where you're based and where you're wanting to move. Although I can highly recommend Cornwall. You see a picture in the background here, which is actually some of the flora that we have on site, and it's absolutely stunning to see the site in the summer. And Cornwall in general is really nice in terms of lifestyle as well. So if all of this has made you maybe a little bit curious, or if you think, you know what, I've got some of these skills that were mentioned, or maybe some others that I haven't mentioned, but that you think might be suitable based on the activities that I've gone through and that we focus on as a business, please do contact us. Our website is www.goonhilly.org, and there's a careers page specifically where you can find instructions on what to do, how to apply, and we will also list any specific vacancies. But we're actually quite open to students and young professionals to just submitting a CV, to get in touch with us, to tell us why you're interested in the company, what excites you within the space sector, and where you think your particular strengths lie. So if that's something that you want to do, please feel free to get in touch, and we hope to hear from you soon. Thank you very much.
A big thank you to all. Make sure to visit Cornwall Space if you want to find out more at our careers fair. We'll now hear from another one of our sponsors, the Institute of Engineering and Technology.
Hello everyone, my name is Yunhang Cho, and I'm a PhD researcher and member of the IET Satellite Network. Today I'll be talking about the Sheffield Space Initiative and how the IET also supports our work here. So what is the Sheffield Space Initiative? Well, it was founded in 2017 with the aim of helping students start new projects with space-based applications. It's supported by the Department of Automatic Controls and Systems Engineering, and the different projects like to share the different lessons that they have learnt through talks at the Sheffield Space Initiative Academy. If you're interested, you can also visit a link where we post our talks free online for everyone to see. So we have several different projects, and today I'll be going through just a few of these to highlight some of the things we do. The SSI really began with Project Sunbite, where we wanted to lift a solar telescope into the higher regions of the atmosphere, which was not as dense and allowed us to see the sun in a lot more detail. And to do this, we had to design a sun tracking and stabilization platform. So it began in 2016, and at the end of 2017 we launched through the Rexus Spexus program in Kiruna, Sweden. Here we are doing some preparation for the final flight, and you can see the telescope turning from side to side. On the left-hand side, you can see the telescope being mounted onto the gimbal structure, and after mounting everything, you can also see the final payload configuration on the right-hand side on the gondola. This is a full team picture. We had to launch quite early in the morning, and we got up around 4 to 5 a.m. So you can see the sky is still completely dark. This is the second iteration of the project. In 2017 and 2018, we downsized the payload, the telescope, and also added a few more sensors and electronics. And this is what it looks like in real life. You can see there's a lot more wires than expected, but it was really an experience to see what the NASA process was like compared to the European process. And in Sunbite 3, which was the latest iteration that successfully flew, we retained the telescope and the tracking, but we made some improvements to the thermal environment, and this flew again with NASA in the US. Before the coronavirus hit, we were going to fly again with Himera, which is a Horizon 2020 high-altitude balloon program for scientists to test their payloads. And we wanted to be able to record ultraviolet and H-alpha readings at the same time to see what the sun would look like. This brings me on to the next student engineering project, which is Sunride, a rocketry project at the University of Sheffield. The first rocket that we built was called Amy, named after the first British female pilot to fly from England to Australia in 1930. And this rocket was entered into the Spaceport America Cup, and we were the first UK team to enter into this competition. And we were able to enter into the 10,000 feet category, achieving a final apogee of 10,017 feet. Our second rocket, Helen, after Helen Sharman, set a new UK national altitude record for a student-built rocket. It reached 36,000 feet and had a maximum velocity of Mach 2.67. Right now, we are working on Rocket Vesna with an innovative fairing system and also a collaboration with the Sheffield CubeSat team to use their payload within the rocket. In the future, we have a program called SS2S, which is an initiative to become the first UK university team to reach the Kármán line. And in order to achieve that, we are working with the Kingston University, Sheffield Hallam, and the University of Glasgow to develop some key technologies which will enable us to do that. In addition to that, we also have a new collaboration with the Bloodhound Land Speed Record team, and that will also bring more opportunities for the students. The next project I'd like to briefly cover is our rover program. And we actually began with the UKSAID's lunar rover competition. This is a very small rover, less than 5 kilograms, and you can see a picture here on the left-hand side of it undergoing vibration testing. And it's intended to collect small ice particles on the moon where the heavy rovers cannot reach. You may recognize this photo on the right-hand side of the little rover during the competition, for those of you who were a part of the competition that year. And our results, well, we were able to get the first place for the Innovation Prize, as well as the second place for the Critical Design Review and Best Outreach. And actually, the members who participated in this first attempt at building a rover then went on to participate in the European Rover Challenge, where we built a significantly larger rover for the Mars environment. Lastly, I want to talk about the Sunsat project, which is our CubeSat division within the University of Sheffield. And they've been designing CubeSats, and there are 3 main subsections of their team. The first is the Project Nova, which is developing the CubeSat payload for the Vesna rocket that I mentioned previously. And the second project is to design and build the payload for testing on the high altitude balloon, and this will allow us to test the robustness of the payload at low temperatures and low pressure. And lastly, we also have a CANSAT program, which allows the more junior members of the team to still get their hands stuck into the work and enter into the Manchester CANSAT competition as a training and preparation for the more complicated projects. Well, how does the IET support the SSI? Well, the IET helped us a lot in the beginning to set up and attract the different students together. Through the Present Around the World, we were able to showcase a lot of the work that we did on Project Sunbites and attract more students into the program. As a young professional ambassador, we were also able to represent the IET like I am today. And we were also able to set up the on-campus committee, which helped us learn more about how to organize and present different projects. They also have some funding for different student events. If you want to do some outreach or engage different students to design and build something, then the IET is here to support you. In terms of resources, the IET also provide access to study guides, toolkits, and blogs from other young professionals, which can help you in planning your own career and getting professional registration. We as the IET have a lot of free webinars and events and networking opportunities that will let you meet other professionals within the industry, and you can get some advice on how you can most easily join or find the position that you want. We also have the Present in 10 competition, which is a virtual skills competition for 18 to 35-year-olds, and you can check out our website for more information. Lastly, we have the Satellite Technical Network within the IET, and this allows professionals within the satellite industry to connect with each other as a platform to talk and network with each other. You can also join the committee, where we are always looking for new young professional volunteers, and together we organize a lot of different events for our members. So if you're interested, then please contact our community manager, Deborah McKenzie. So if you have any questions or you're interested to find out more, please feel free to drop me a line at my email address, and wish you the best of luck in your space careers.
Thank you to the Institute of Engineering and Technology. We're now going to go for a short 5-minute break before returning for talks on machine learning in astronomy and on solar flares here on Stream 1, and over on Stream 2 there will be a panel discussion on space entrepreneurship. See you in 5.
Hi, and welcome back to Stream 1 of NSSC 2021. We're now going to have a talk by our wonderful supporters, the British Interplanetary Society, followed by a super exciting talk on machine learning by Dr. Ashley Spindler, and another talk on solar flares by Miho Janvier.
Hello, my name is Elizabeth Anderson, and I'm the Chief Executive of the British Interplanetary Society. We were formed in 1933 by a group of young men and women who foresaw a future where space travel is a reality. The BIS is a membership society that promotes the exploration and use of space for the benefit of humanity by connecting people to create, educate and inspire and advance knowledge in all aspects of astronautics. Some of our key work includes technical projects that drive forward innovation within the industry, advocating for the space sector and those who work within it, and driving forward outreach to excite more people about what space means and can do for them. You can get involved in what we do at the BIS through a number of different ways. And in a moment, you will hear from Tulsi Mehta, our policy and research volunteer, about how you can get involved in World Space Week, either as an individual or as part of a group. There's loads of other ways, though, to get involved in what we do. You can join the BIS, gaining access to our suite of publications and magazines, Spaceflight, JBiz, and Space Chronicle. And you can come along to our HQ with our fantastic research library and space archives, a must-see for anyone who's studying or writing about space. As a member, you can take part in technical projects or join our student technical working group, working with us to develop your own ideas or help others with theirs. You can write about space history for Space Chronicle, and you can attend BIS events, which are currently virtual, but we hope very soon will return to being physical with a virtual element, hearing from some really exciting leading figures within the space sector. And anyone, whether they're a member or not, can write papers for our peer-reviewed academic journal. We are really thrilled that a number of UK SEDS papers are going to be appearing in one of our spring issues. Don't forget, as someone under the age of 25, you can get a 50% discount, and if you take out a digital subscription, it will cost you from £33 a year. We have an exciting new strategy. We have a 5-year plan that sets out how we are going to engage with the public and with the sector around space in Britain and overseas. We would really love you to come and be part of that and help us shape our future. Visit www.bis-space.com for more information, and you can always get in touch with me direct. Thanks a lot.
Hi, I'm Tulsi Mehta and I'm a volunteer at the British Interplanetary Society, and I'm here to tell you a bit about World Space Week, for which the BIS are the national coordinators in the UK. The British Interplanetary Society is an international membership body and charity that promotes the use and the exploration of space for the benefit of humanity. We are the longest standing organisation devoted to the advocacy of space exploration in the world, having been founded in 1933. We do this by connecting people to create, educate, inspire, and advance knowledge of all aspects of astronautics. One of the many ways in which we do this is through World Space Week. World Space Week is an annual celebration of the peaceful use of space for the benefit of humankind. And as I mentioned before, the British Interplanetary Society are the national coordinators for UK events. The United Nations declared World Space Week an officially recognised week of celebration in 1999 to run between the 4th and the 10th of October every year. These dates never change, and they're actually really important because they celebrate the launch of Sputnik, which happened on the 4th of October in 1957, and the date the Outer Space Treaty came into effect on the 10th of October 1967. It is the British Interplanetary Society's role to raise awareness of World Space Week by encouraging and promoting World Space Week events across the country. This not only helps global efforts of space outreach, but also helps to engage, inspire, and educate our nation on the amazing work, technology, and opportunities that are available in the UK, and how our country is working with global partners to achieve international goals. So what does World Space Week mean for you? Well, World Space Week is for everyone, and I repeat, everyone. It doesn't matter what you study or what work you do. It is an all-inclusive celebration of everything space. We would like to help you use your passion for space to communicate and inform others by creating World Space Week events. So how can you get involved? It's really simple. You can get involved by creating a space-related event which runs during the week of the 4th to 10th of October and registering it in the global events calendar. There are a few simple rules to guide what kind of events can be registered, but as long as these are followed, there are no limitations on how you can celebrate. So we invite you to use your imagination, be creative, and organize a truly unique event, and the BIS will help you make this a reality. The rules are, firstly, your World Space Week event must be celebrated between the 4th and 10th of October. Whatever you choose to do, it must include these dates. So, however, they don't have to only be on these dates. For example, if you've organized a space exhibition or roadshow or performance of some sort, it can start at any point during the year and it can be registered as a World Space Week event as long as it is active during the 4th and 10th of October. Also, your World Space Week event must be space themed. What this means is that no matter what you do, it has to have a space theme to it and ideally engage with others. This leads me to my final request, which is your World Space Week event ideally must include some form of space-themed educational content. This may sound off-putting, but really, educational content can be as simple as downloading resources from the BIS website, or watching a documentary or a film which is about space and creating a sort of post-film discussion or analysis on the factual content within it. Or you can take your family and friends outside and look at the stars. You can educate them and tell them more about the planets or the stars and constellations they're looking at. Or more activity-based, and since we've become so used to them in the last year, you can do a space-themed quiz, a word search, an art activity, or even a space-themed fancy dress party. It's really that simple. So use your imagination, think of new and exciting ways to engage with people of all ages and abilities and share your passion for space. Of course, if you're feeling extra adventurous, you can also plan a large-scale public outreach event or an online event. All of these events are worthy of being registered for World Space Week. To guide your event planning even more, each year, the World Space Week Association, who are the international management team who oversee World Space Week events globally, set an annual theme. And this has the purpose of providing inspiration for the creation of innovative events, so they're not the same year on year. It also has the benefit of helping national coordinators to widen the participation through engaging with different audiences. So for 2021, the theme is Women in Space. This theme is purposefully quite vague, so you can interpret it however you want. The obvious educational benefit of the theme is to focus events that inspire girls and women in STEM careers. However, we are interested in being inclusive and equality, and we would ask that the theme is not solely used to engage and encourage women, but is also an opportunity to encourage everyone to think about how to celebrate women and who have inspired them to have a passion for space and science. So what sort of events could you do to incorporate this theme? Well, individuals could plan to post videos or online content that celebrates the amazing work of the women that they know and highlights the women around them in their workplace, schools, or universities. Women who inspire and enhance the environment in which you live and work. For example, if you were inspired by a female science teacher growing up, celebrate her. Tell the story of what she did to engage with you and foster this passion. If it was your mum or a sister or a friend, maybe you could create a 2-minute video of your journey and the inspiration that got you to where you are now. Groups could record videos and edit them together as a series which promotes and celebrates the women in your institution, university, and their inspirational work and achievements. World Space Week is about creating events that enables everyone to raise awareness of space And this year, we encourage you to celebrate the women that have inspired you and encourage you to love space exploration and science, and those who have nurtured the next generation of space scientists and explorers. Whatever you do for World Space Week, we ask that you remember to register your event. Without event registration, we, the national coordinators, cannot accurately report the UK's successes to the United Nations. And now, more than ever, we would love to highlight the engagement within the UK and promote the nation's amazing passion for space. The British Interplanetary Society is here to help you create and celebrate World Space Week and help you create a World Space Week event in the UK. So please get in touch if you need any help. Go to the BIS website, which is bis-space.com, or email us at worldspaceweek@bis-space.com. Thank you, and we hope to see you at World Space Week.
Thank you so much to the British Interplanetary Society. I'm now very excited to announce a talk by Dr. Ashley Spindler. Ashley is a research fellow at the University of Hertfordshire, and her research is specialising in machine learning for astronomy. Her talk is called How Machine Learning is Enabling the Future of Astronomy. Over to you, Ashley.
Hello, my name is Dr. Ashley Spindler. I'm a researcher at the University of Hertfordshire, and I study astronomy and machine learning. My job is all about data and how we learn from it. And as the universe gets bigger and bigger, so too does the amount of information we have about it. In this video, I'm going to talk to you about where the next generation of astronomical observatories is taking us, some of the challenges that are being brought up by the era of big data, and show off some of the cool problems and cool techniques to solve them that astronomers are using right now. In the next decade, we will have collected hundreds of petabytes of data. This is the Vera Rubin Observatory, or at least it will be when it's completed in Chile. This new telescope is going to be carrying out a massive survey called LSST, or the Legacy Survey of Space and Time. It's going to take an image of the entire southern sky every single night, collecting over 80 terabytes for that image. Collecting all of this image on its colossal camera, LSST is going to be peering deeper and deeper into the cosmos than any sky survey before it. And that means we'll have more detail about objects further and further away, and not only that, we'll be able to track how the sky changes night after night. Over the course of its operations, LSST is expected to produce hundreds of petabytes of data. To give you some context on that, this is a 1 terabyte hard drive. 100 petabytes is 100,000 of these. This is so much data that the biggest challenge leading up to LSST's operations is how we're going to store, analyze, process, and distribute all of that data. You can't just log on to lsst.com and download 100 petabytes of images. At least I certainly can't with my broadband. There is so much of this information, in fact, that we might even need to throw some of it away because we just don't have anywhere to put it. LSST and Vera Rubin are going to allow us to study the universe in ways that haven't really been possible before. The night-on-night observations will allow astronomers to track the changing properties of supermassive black holes, find supernovae as and when they happen in distant galaxies, and help us find the locations in the sky of merging neutron stars. But to do all of that, astronomers and computer scientists are developing new technologies to track the changing signals of the objects in the sky so we can rapidly detect the really cool stuff that we're interested in. In the past few years, we've seen the beginning of a brand new form of astronomy that doesn't collect any light at all. LIGO and Virgo are massive science experiments that peer deep into the universe without any telescopes. They are gravitational observatories. They detect the death knells of merging black holes and neutron stars, and these experiments use mile-long laser interferometers to detect variations in the actual fabric of space-time itself, called gravitational waves. But they are so sensitive that they can be set off by earthquakes and thunderstorms on the opposite side of the planet or someone driving a truck down the road. Finding the telltale signals of a binary black hole's dance macabre is a massive task of cleaning through the noise and listening out for the tiniest of chirps. Astronomers at LIGO and Virgo use a combination of time series machine learning models and signal processing techniques, which learn from simulations of what these black hole mergers should look like. When the observatories think they found something, they send out an alert with the data to an army of modelers, observers, and analysts to verify the signal and track down its source in the sky. But none of this would be possible without complex machine learning models to find the signals in the first place. As we collect more and more data from the universe, so much that sometimes we even have to curate and throw away data that isn't useful, how can we go about finding the rarest and most unique objects? One celestial phenomenon that excites many astronomers are strong gravitational lenses. This is what happens when you have two galaxies along our line of sight, and the space-time warping effects of the nearest galaxy's gravity acts as a lens and magnifies the more distant object. It creates rings, crosses, and double images. Finding these lenses is like finding a needle in a haystack the size of the observable universe. And it's a search that's only really going to get more difficult as we collect more and more images of galaxies. Astronomers from around the world took part in the Strong Gravitational Lens Finding Challenge, where they competed to see who could make the best algorithm for finding these lenses automatically. The best models in this challenge turned out to be something called convolutional neural networks, which learn to break down images using different kinds of imaging filters, until it can classify them as containing a lens or not. Surprisingly, these models were actually better than human inspection, able to find subtle differences in the images that we humans weren't able to notice. One of the challenges I've been tackling in my own research is what to do when we don't know what's in our images. In the past, we've had the luxury of human-labeled datasets that we can use to train our models. But with new observations with deeper imaging in color bands that capture different kinds of information, it's a huge problem to try and use old data to train new models. Unsupervised machine learning is a school of techniques that throws out human labeling and instead pits the computer against itself. I'm interested in galaxy morphology, and to study that, we need to know the shapes of millions of galaxies. So I developed AstroVeda to try and do just that. It's a neural network called an autoencoder, and what it does is it takes an image and compresses it down into a very low-dimensional representation, and then it learns how to reconstruct the original image using convolutional neural networks. What makes AstroVeda special is that it also learns to group together similar types of images as it does this, and it creates a probabilistic model of galaxy morphology. Without giving the computer any information about what type of galaxy is in each image, it's able to learn to group together spiral galaxies, edge-on disks, and massive ellipticals. But it also taught me a lot about the ways computers think. Take a look at these three groups of images that AstroVeda identified. Do you notice anything weird? In these groups, the network isn't paying a lot of attention to the main galaxy in the image, but instead it's preoccupied with the location of some secondary source, a star or another galaxy. Because we can't really control what the computer thinks is most important, it makes seemingly odd decisions on how to group images together. Tackling these kinds of issues and creating models that learn physically meaningful representations of the data is an ongoing field of research, not just in astronomy. And for me, that's one of the most exciting aspects of this kind of research, how it extends beyond our blue sky investigations. Tackling the massive data distribution and storage challenges of LSST, learning to filter through noise and detect tiny signals with LIGO and Virgo, finding the rarest and most unique objects in the universe, and understanding how computers think about images, all of that contributes to more than just our knowledge of the universe. By using the unique properties of the data that astronomers collect and the sheer unrivaled scale of the information footprint, astronomy is the ideal playground to lead the charge in developing new and innovative machine learning techniques. From image recognition, object detection, and transfer learning, technologies developed by astronomers are already being used in oceanography to help study climate change, agriculture to improve crop yields, and in medicine to help detect disease. As we boldly go where no astronomers have before, the ways in which we handle our data will become more important than ever. And as we seek out new worlds, we can also learn more about our own.
Thank you so much, Ashley, for that amazing talk. We've got a couple of questions from the audience that we'd like to discuss further. So the first thing I would like to discuss is some people have asked about the merging of computer science and astronomy in your research. At this point, do you think that starting off in astrophysics and astronomy is still a valid way to get into the kind of research that you're doing? Or do you think that it's more beneficial to maybe start off in computer science rather than astronomy?
That's a really good question. I would say that it's still best to take the astrophysics approach and try to look into, like, if you're trying to decide on a university course or where you might be doing some postgraduate, is look at what kind of programs for teaching coding skills are. Different universities take different approaches, and you might be able to find a physics or an astrophysics course that takes a really good focus on programming and software development skills, and that's also something you can learn on your own. I'm very much, the coding that I do now is basically all self-taught. I learned Fortran in my degree, and I use Python for all of my coding nowadays, which is very different.
Great, thank you. Yeah, so so you would say that coding and scientific computing is probably something that's sort of the underpinning of this kind of research for people looking into it.
Yeah,
great.
Yeah,
That's wonderful. So for sort of research into more galactic astrophysics, do you think that machine learning and possibly AI is the method that is going to be the most prevalent in the future? Do you think that this field is only going to continue to grow? And do you think it's worth people really investing in it at the moment?
Absolutely. So I actually I did a fellowship proposal a couple of weeks ago, and I had a nice little plot in my proposal that showed the number of papers that are being published in astronomy journals that use machine learning, and in the past 10 years it's gone up 600%.
Wow.
So more and more people are using machine learning in astronomy to do all kinds of things. In galactic astronomy, so studying the Milky Way, the big thing for Milky Way science right now is Gaia, and Gaia has so much data, and there are all kinds of really interesting projects people are using to take different machine learning techniques to really dig into that database, because there is so much of it, and being able to find trends is something that different machine learning techniques excel at. And when I say machine learning, I don't necessarily always mean neural networks and artificial intelligence. Like it's even different branches of statistical analysis now are being driven by machine learning technologies.
Yeah, I think the definition of machine learning is definitely sort of evolving, and that's a really interesting point. Thank you so much. I've got someone who's asked, can you possibly elaborate on the chirp signals that we hear from black holes, and what they kind of mean physically, and what we can infer from them about the galaxies that they're associated with?
Sure. So I'm not a black hole scientist. I'll say that to begin with. So the chirp in the LIGO and the Virgo data, that's what's happening is that as the black holes are spiraling in on each other, they are throwing out gravitational waves, and as they get closer, they orbit each other faster and faster and faster, and that's why the frequency of the gravitational wave ramps up, and then you get that little like whoop sound when they merge, and the whole system relaxes gravitationally. And so the properties of that chirp tells you about the masses of the black holes, their spin, and probably some other things that you can learn about black holes and neutron stars, which I'm not necessarily an expert on. But the all of that information is encoded in that gravitational wave signal, and you can then use that to compare it to theoretical models, which will tell you about like what kind of system created it.
Yeah, okay, amazing. I hope that answered the question there. That's really fascinating. Another one, I think we don't have too much time left, but someone's asked, do you think that the future of sort of observation and detection for the research that you're involved in is in space-based observatories or the ground-based ones?
Absolutely both. Space-based observatories and ground-based observatories have their own advantages. Ground-based, we can have massive mirrors. LSST is enormous, and there's the European Extremely Large Telescope and everything. Those are great, and then space-based telescopes give us access to cleaner signals and potential for sort of deeper imaging in all kinds of different wavelengths. The future of that really is going to be JWST, the Euclid Space Telescope. There are advantages to both ground-based and space-based, and it's never going to be a case of one or the other.
Amazing, yeah. I suppose
I will say there's also sky-based. There's Sophia, which is on a plane, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, that's something that I don't think people may know about. So sky-based, it's sort of in between the two.
Yeah, it's on a Boeing 747. It's
nice. Okay,
it's wild.
That's something I didn't know as well. And finally, I suppose you've kind of covered this with your advice on coding, but someone's asked, what tips would you give someone who's just starting their university career, undergrad, and who would like to get into this kind of research?
Speak to your lecturers and see if you can get a summer project. Like getting a summer project or some other like just like tiny little like student research project is one of the things that people who are recruiting for PhDs really look for. So if you can find an opportunity to do a research project outside of your normal studies, manage your time properly. Do not overwork yourself. But yeah, take chances to do research before you get into doing a PhD, joining the sort of academic research environment. It'll also just tell you like whether you like it or not.
Yeah, definitely. Because I suppose research can be quite different to what you're doing at undergrad.
Absolutely.
Do we have time for one more question? Okay, I'm afraid that is the end of the Q&A section. Thank you so much, Ashley, for being here and for your amazing talk and Q&A. We really appreciate your participation.
Oh, thank you, and thank you for inviting me.
Thank you very much. And now we have Miho Janvier, who will be talking about solar flares and what it's like to live in the environment around a very active star. Over to you.
Hello, everybody. It is my great pleasure to share some time with you today to talk about the coolest hot star that we orbit around, the Sun. My name is Miho Janvier, and I work as a solar and space physicist at the Institut d'Astrophysique Spatiale in France. And before we start talking about my favorite subject, which I think you guessed it, is the Sun, I would like to talk to you about two big space news that happened in the past weeks. And the first one, and I hope you all watched the footage of it, and if you haven't, please do. It's absolutely amazing. And it's the Mars 2020 Perseverance rover landing. I've copy-pasted the mission statement that you can see in the bottom left, which are the search for ancient microbial life, as well as the exploration of the habitability of the planet, past and future. And when we say future, it also means that we want to pave the way for future human exploration of the planet. So I would like you to keep that in mind for a little longer, and you'll see why I'm talking about that. The second big news comes from the European Space Agency, and the latest announcement is about the selection of new astronauts in 2021, which is really exciting. And in their announcements, they said that the new and old recruits of astronauts will be training for missions, of course, to the International Space Station, but also to the Moon with Gateway, and why not Mars in the future. But we have already been to the Moon, and trust me, the Moon itself is not really a friendly environment. Actually, even back in the 70s, NASA knew that one of the main dangers that an astronaut could face while walking on the surface of our natural satellites is the intense radiations that are coming from the Sun. As you can see in this slide, they even had procedures in case the Sun would start to act a little bit too much, what we call solar flares. And if we look back at the Apollo missions, and this is what you're going to see, you will find that astronauts were quite lucky because the Sun, of course, sends us lights in all forms. So radio waves, X-rays, we're going to see a little bit more about that later, but it also sends particle storms, what we call solar proton events, and also magnetized wind and storms. So if we look back in history, and we now know how to measure the proton events, so the solar proton events that happens, you can see that a lot of them happened in the years where we launched the Apollo missions. All the Apollo missions are indicated with the blue vertical lines. So with the different Apollo missions that happened in different years. And you also see the histograms that show the intensity of each solar proton events and what they correspond in terms of impacts on astronauts. And you can see that, for example, just before Apollo 8 as well as Apollo 12, the intensity of the solar proton events was quite high to even induce short-term radiation sickness for astronauts. And if you also look at the Apollo 16 and 17 missions, they eventually happened on both sides of an intense particle storms that could have been completely lethal to the astronauts on the surface of the Moon. So while you're probably as excited as I am at the prospect of, going to the Moon with the Artemis mission, as well as probably Mars in the future, I would say that these expeditions really need to go hand in hand with research, understanding how our Sun works. So let's talk about our Sun. You may have this image of our Sun being kind of a yellow or orange ball sitting in the sky with not really much to it. And it's kind of true. If you look at the Sun, only in the range of light that we can detect with our human eyes, what we call the visible light. That is only the light that we can detect with our own eyes. But even with this light, we can see quite a bit more during special events that we call total solar eclipses. This is a really nice, beautiful image of a total solar eclipse that has been taken from Earth. And what happens during total solar eclipses is that you've got the surface of the moon that completely covers the solar disk. And by doing so, it kind of covers the brightness of the solar disk. And as such, we can start to see the shining atmosphere of the sun that we call the corona. And really, the corona is really the key to understand how the sun affects the entire solar system. Actually, there's no real boundary to the sun's corona. Actually, from the corona, we get a constant stream of particles and magnetic field that we call the solar winds. And all the planets based in the solar winds and the boundaries of the solar system themselves can be defined as the limits of the solar winds. So the extent of the solar wind, which is kind of a giant bubble that we call the heliosphere. So that's an example of how the bubble can be represented. Actually, we have now man-made missions, the Voyager missions, that we think have now crossed the frontiers of the heliosphere. And somehow the corona is extremely hot. It's not the representation of the corona, again, it's the solar disk. And the interior of the sun, we believe, is around 15 million degrees or Kelvin, the unit that we use to measure the temperatures. And while we arrive at the surface of the sun, which you see here, the what we call the photosphere, where the lights can start to escape in the interplanetary space, the surface itself is around 6,000 Kelvin, a little bit less. And this is pretty normal, right? This is what the laws of thermodynamics have said to us. If you get away from the source region, the heat source, then the temperatures will going to decrease. But somehow the corona itself becomes hotter again, to the point that we can even find temperatures that are around 10,000 or even millions of Kelvin. And this is one of the great mysteries of solar physics, by the way. But since the atmosphere is so hot, well, it can actually reveal another sort of light, which is still light, but it's not really the visible light that we can see now with our eyes, which is more ultraviolet or extreme ultraviolet or even X-rays. Okay, if you look at this diagram here, I've reported at the very bottom the temperatures, and at the top the wavelengths that they correspond to. So ultraviolet is around more than 10,000 up to 1 million Kelvin. The problem is that the Earth's atmosphere absorbs most of this light. So from the surface of the Earth, we can't really look and see the light that the sun emits in this range of wavelengths. And so this is why we have to get out of the Earth's atmosphere. So we need to go to space. And we do that with different observatories. And one of them, I'm going to show you images that I find myself very beautiful about the sun, is the Solar Dynamics Observatory, which is a NASA mission that was launched in 2010. And NASA's Solar Dynamics Observatory has on board different telescopes that are taking the sun in different wavelengths. And I have reported here different slices of the sun, but you're going to see that they actually look at the full disk of the sun in those different wavelengths. And those different wavelengths, again, correspond to different temperatures. So on the left, you will see the surface of the sun, the photosphere, at 6,000 Kelvin. And then the more we go to shorter wavelengths, the more intense the temperatures are, up to 1 million, even 10 millions of Kelvin. And so this is a full picture. I find it really beautiful because it shows some structures that are kind of forming and appearing in the sun's atmosphere. And this is the sun in around 10,000 Kelvin. This is another image of the sun, this time around 1 million Kelvin. And you can see that it's not at all this yellow or orange kind of boring ball that we saw before. On the contrary, it's very, very active. And what you see as those really, really brightened regions are what we call active regions of the sun. And this is what I am interested in the most. And you're going to see why in this video. So what I'm playing here in this video is an active region that is going to spurt out in space clouds of the sun's material, what we call the plasma, which is basically an ionized gas. And this is basically the beginning of a space storm. We're now zooming out from the sun, and what we can see is that this cloud is becoming bigger and bigger. It's expanding and it's moving away from the sun, and it just continues to expand as time goes by and gets away more and more from the sun, and it actually moves in the solar system. This is another video. It's a sped up video. I think it's been taken over a few days. I think in total over a few weeks, actually, from an observatory that kind of reproduces total solar eclipses. So it hides the disk of the sun, which you can see as kind of a dark color at the center. We have reproduced the circle that represents the size of the sun. And what we see is basically all those clouds, those storms that are constantly going away from the sun. So you can see that this is at peak of the sun's activity. And we can see that the storms are really going out quite, energetically. They transport a lot of plasma, so a lot of particles, a lot of magnetic fields. It's not just a stream of particles that we call the solar wind before. It's much more, I would say, much more active in a way, much more energetic. So the problem is that this constitutes what we call space weather. So not only does the sun give us, light in terms of visible light and heat, it also sends us radiations. We have seen the sun in EUV, in X-rays. It sends us energetic particles. So they are, for the sun, they are of solar sources, of course, but we also receive on Earth galactic cosmic rays. And we also have coronal mass ejections, which are the storms that we have seen. So the scientific word for it is coronal mass ejections, because they come from the sun's atmosphere that we called the corona. And sometimes we even have strong winds, what we call fast streams, which originate from other regions of the sun that I'm not going to talk too much about, but they are also the reason why we have impacts on the planets of the solar system. And of course, we have a lot of impacts on our technologies. So for example, we can have radiation damages on satellite systems. We can also lose tracking of the of the satellites, because the ionosphere of the Earth becomes a little bit thicker or denser when we have those storms that are bashing on the Earth's magnetic bubble, the magnetosphere. It can also be dangerous, we've seen, for astronauts, but also the passengers on civil aviation planes can also receive a higher dose of radiation, and also on our electricity grids. And so if we go back in time, we can see that there are a lot of effects that we can report, such as damages on electric current systems on Earth. It has happened in the northern regions of Earth, such as Sweden, in Canada. We've lost satellites as well. We've lost, telecommunication satellites, but also scientific satellites. And we also sometimes have loss of high frequency radio communications, which actually happens recently during two big weather phenomena that are hurricanes Katrina and Irma. So it was kind of the perfect storms, because we had a solar storm as well as a weather storm on Earth. And so the goal is really to try to understand now how the storms are created and how they behave in space. And this is basically the goal of my research, which is to better understand how the storms are behaving in space. And so for that, I use numerical simulations, but I also use a lot of satellites that are positioned in different places in the heliosphere. So we've got, of course, satellites that are orbiting around Earth, but we also have satellites that are near Mercury or near Venus. And also we use Mars rovers because they detect the passage of the storms in the intensity of galactic cosmic rays that they receive. So basically we get less galactic cosmic rays just because the storms are shielding the planets from those cosmic rays. It's kind of interesting because it goes back to, you know, having a rover on Mars and being able to link it with my favorite things, which are solar storms. So I will finish here, and just to say that we're at a really exciting time now where we have also two main missions, the NASA Parker Solar Probe and the Solar Orbiter mission that was launched in February 2020. And we have now a vision of our sun where we are getting closer to the sun, and we're visiting what we call the inner heliosphere, which means that we are getting closer to the source regions of the solar storms. And personally, I work on the Solar Orbiter mission. Solar Orbiter carries on board 10 instruments, and it's a really complete mission because not only it looks at the sun, but it also records the space environment of the satellites, so that we're able to link what happens at the sun and what happens in space. And I hope that you'll get to hear more about the results from this fantastic mission because we just started and we still are not in the nominal phase mission. We're going to start at the end of 2021, and I hope that in the next coming years we'll decipher more of the mysteries that our sun holds. So thank you very much for your attention, and please, I'm just going to leave you with this beautiful image of video of an aurora taken from the ISS. Please reach out if you have any questions or comments. This is my email address as well as my social media handle. Bye.
Thank you so much for that amazing talk. So Miho, you're a space physicist at the Institut d'Astrophysique Spatiale in France, and we've got lots of questions about your amazing talk, so I'll get stuck into them. So firstly, a lot of people are asking about the Parker Solar Probe and how that's going to further advance our understanding of the solar wind and thus the corona. So could you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, sure. So the Parker Solar Probe is I would say the man-made spacecraft that is going to get the closest we've ever been to the sun. And as explained in the talk, the thing that we don't really know about the sun is that we can see the sun from far away with what we call remote sensing instrumentation. And we can also see how the sun impacts the heliosphere with spacecraft that are quite far away. So we can only see, the analogy that we like to take is looking at a cascade from far and the river quite down the mountain. And what we want to do is get closer and closer to the cascade so that we really understand what are the structures that we see departing from the sun are interacting and making the solar wind very close to the sun, and how they evolve to the point that we arrive at the planets like Earth, for example. So that's what we want to do with Parker Solar Probe. So just to complete, we have two probes now that are getting close to the sun. We have Parker Solar Probe, which is a NASA mission, and we also have Solar Orbiter since last year, which is an ESA and NASA mission. And they're very complementary because Parker Solar Probe has on board instruments that actually sense everything that is around the probe, what we call in situ instruments. And Solar Orbiter is not going to get as close, and the reason is because we have on board telescopes, so we can't get very, very close, otherwise it's just too hot. But we're going to be able to take the first images as close as we've ever been of the sun, and that will really, really well complement what Parker Solar Probe is going to sense. So yeah, we're really excited to do those joint collaborations with the two probes.
Amazing, thank you so much. So yeah, following on from the discussions about the telescopes not being able to get that close because of sort of a multitude of different things, the things that you are able to discover about the radiation in space and the effects on instrumentation, does that have applications in other areas? For example, in our, like you mentioned, with some of the moon missions, is that going to be quite a big factor in possibly when we try to get to other planets like Mars?
Definitely. I guess there are already some applications that we can see for radiations, whether it's already on satellite systems that are orbiting around Earth, on the GPS systems. So we know that, and it's not just the radiations; it's also the impacts of on the magnetosphere, so this magnetic bubble that that kind of protects the Earth. So there are also consequences on our electricity grids. So we have ways now to monitor what happens at the sun and really try to understand what are the consequences on Earth. And of course, the question of radiation, as I said at the beginning of the talk, is really crucial if we want to get away from the Earth's magnetosphere, which will be the case when we are going to hopefully one day explore other planets of the solar system. So this is really on our minds for sure. I would say that when we talk about Mars missions, radiation is one thing, but of course another thing is also the time, like how long it takes to get to the planet, but also how much oxygen and water we can carry. But radiation is of course one of the things that we have to think about when we think about space exploration for humans.
Mm-hmm. Amazing, cool. And another question is, this will be the last question, just to let everyone know. How does it affect our observations of events if they're quite far away from us? Someone's asked about the time difference between observing or predicting events, and how that plays into sort of maybe space weather forecasting.
It's an excellent question, and it's kind of a problem that we have at the moment, because as I said, most of the remote sensing instruments, so the telescopes we have, are mostly close to Earth, and that has to do with the fact that we don't have a lot of what we call telemetry, which means that we can't communicate a lot with spacecraft that are really, really far away, which is really difficult when we have images because they're quite heavy. So that's why most of the images that we have of the sun are taken close to Earth. But then we really miss the gap between what we see and what we feel next to Earth, which is where most of our probes are, so the in-situ instruments. And so in terms of prediction, we are kind of missing something at the moment, and that's why we have ideas of sending spacecraft that will be trailing the Earth. And the reason is because we would be looking at the sun before the sun, so the Earth-facing side comes into line with Earth. And by placing the spacecraft a little bit behind the Earth, we would look at those active regions and take pictures of these active regions before they arrive facing Earth, so that we would kind of fill the gap with what we have at the moment, which is just looking at something that would be arriving within the next minutes for particles or hours. And then of course we have those Parker Probe and Solar Orbiter that will fill the gap in terms of science, but these are really science and not prediction. We're not using them for prediction. We're using them to complete our models that hopefully will help us to have better prediction tools in the future. So I hope that answers this. Still a complicated question, and we have ways to answer, but not right now, I would say.
Amazing. Thank you so much. I'll have to cut the Q&A off here, but
yes,
thank you so much for your talk and your answers.
Thank you very much.
And now we'll be going to a short break before the continuation of our programme.
I can see. Hello and welcome back from the break. This is the moment I think everyone has been waiting for. We're really excited to have our closing keynote for the day. Kathy Lueders, who's the head of human spaceflight at NASA. Before we kick off with Kathy's presentation and following Q&A, I would just love to take this opportunity to announce a brand new initiative that UK SEDS has produced since the European Space Agency's called for astronauts. So I hope you can see my screen now. We have a brand new scheme called the Aspiring Astronaut Programme. And this is a new grant which aims to encourage a diverse range of applicants for ESA's astronaut programme, from low socioeconomic backgrounds to the ESA astronaut selection programme. We'll be offering a number of grants to cover the cost of the medical examination that is required as part of the application. This will provide successful applicants with the opportunity to apply to the ESA astronaut and para-astronaut programme when otherwise they wouldn't have been able to because of financial difficulties. You must meet the ESA's application criteria, but we'll be considering all of the applications on a case-by-case basis and look forward to receiving your applications. If you follow the link on the screen, we hope that this is a useful source of funding for a lot of people who would otherwise not be able to apply, but are really passionate about space, becoming an astronaut, and have what it takes, really. And I'm sure we're going to hear a lot more about what it does take from Kathy later on. So now, without further ado, let's get on with the talk and introduce to you Kathy. So Kathy, as I said, is the Associate Administrator of the Human Exploration and Operations Missions Directorate.
Thank you, Jacob. And you know what, we're very excited because one of those ESA astronauts will be flying up on Crew 2 at the end of April. Thomas will be coming, and so they'll be looking forward to hopefully recipients of the grants that you'll be giving, flying up on future ISS missions and even maybe future Artemis missions that we have coming forward. So very exciting. And thank you for having me. I'm honored to be here. Next slide. Like Jacob talked about, you know, I just want to spend a few minutes on some slides, a little bit of background, but I really start thinking about your questions because I'm going to have most of the time kind of on questions. But I will tell you, you know, I started my career, I started in school when I was initially and got my BBA in finance and kind of thought I'm going to go work on Wall Street. And then I realized as I was a senior in college that my roommate was a mechanical engineering student, and she was working on some really, really cool problems. And I left school, started a family, and then decided to go back to school so I could go work on those hard problems. So I actually went back and got my BS, my bachelor's in the States as bachelor's, and then my undergraduate and master's in industrial engineering, and started working for NASA. And kind of stumbled onto working for NASA. That had not been my path forward, and I ended up kind of just stumbling on a job interview with them, and ended up here I am today. So there's lots of different ways you can get to space, you know, and what I was talking to folks when I was in the green room before, I want you guys out there, every single student out there, to be just thinking about maybe keep space in your periphery, because you never know when it'll show up on one of your jobs, and I want you to be thinking about that. Next slide. So just a little bit of, what my purpose is. Actually, my purpose is I really want to do something great for this world. That's really my purpose. And I think you could have been one of the reasons I kind of moved from the finance stage to doing more things in space, is because I really felt like the problems I was trying to solve, I wanted to just solve different kinds of problems. And so just think about what kinds of problems you like to solve, and kind of big picture, what really gets you going, what makes you excited, Don't say you can't do it. Who knows, right? Even people say, well, I don't know if I want to go into space. And I said, are you trying to solve big problems? Because if you, in what you do, we need all kinds of people to be able to solve our problems, right? So it may be that you're thinking you're not in space, but you may be actually solving a problem that will help us in space while you're also solving a problem that's on the Earth. So don't shut yourself down. And every journey starts with the first step. So sometimes the hardest step is that first step, but take the courage to go do that. Every project I've had has had failures and issues and problems. And that's just part of the learning, right? There's no trajectory that's straight, right? Every time we are trying to do something, if you're really trying to do something important and hard, you're gonna have stumbles. So hang in there, believe in yourself. Part of life is like, picking yourself up, brushing off your knees, and just going, what did I learn from that? And then take that going forward. I've learned more from my mistakes than I've learned from my successes, honestly. Next slide. So I talk about this a lot. I'm one of the most exciting things about my job, I think, is that I get to work with people all over the world. and it really makes me realize that we are a Earth species. We're all astronauts on this Earth, right? And when you go and do space endeavors, it is going to be all of us. We're all going to be looking back on Earth. You're not the boundaries. Guess what? The boundaries, the different countries all get pretty blurred when you're far away and you're looking back on Earth. We're inhabitants of Earth. And so for us to be able to go do our hard missions, what's really, I think, cool about what we get to do in NASA and ESA and JAXA and even all the other space companies is we're trying to do something that's actually bigger than just each of us. And it takes the team to be able to really get it done. And it's going to take the team to really get it done. And so it's why I'm out there, and probably for my own, selfish purposes, saying, keep space in your periphery, because in the future we may need your ideas to be able to get it done. Next slide. So we right now are really trying to get ourselves set up, and we don't know how long it's going to take, but it kind of goes back to that dream big. We're dreaming big, and we're dreaming big. We're looking at how do we stay in low Earth. Right now, we got stationed up there flying 365 days a year. Been flying like that for 20 years. We've learned an incredible amount by flying in low Earth orbit every day, all day. Just teaches you about living in space. And we're trying to use that then to get us ready to fly and operate around the moon and on the moon. And then work towards learning on what it takes to kind of, as the moon to us is the nearest microcosm of a planet for us. And so then how do we learn there then to be able to apply that learning to maybe one day moving and going to Mars? And people go, what? We're going to live on Mars? And it's just like, it goes back to dream big. Because when you dream big, you set and you just take it one step at a time. And who knows when we're going to get to Mars? But we know that when we put those big goals out there, it's going to create us having to solve big problems, and through those solving of big problems, we will have big learning and bigger help for humankind. Next slide. So you hear this a lot. I'm a firm believer that when you solve big problems, if we already know how to do this, we're not pushing technology. We're not really pushing our learning. So we got to pick a problem that's so hard that we've got to learn, we got to figure out how to do it, right? We maybe need to have new tools to be able to do it. Some tools we haven't developed yet. And so it's with us having these big goals out there, honestly, for all of us having big goals out there, that kind of continues to push our learning and our boundaries and help us, I think, as a species move forward. So, I was talking to Alex in the green room before this, and I was saying, I think our big problem is we need all kinds of thinkers. We need people that are looking, we all find out as we're doing problem solving that having bunch of different viewpoints is what really gets you to kind of look at the problem all different kinds of ways. And so we really need everybody out there, everybody's, ingenuity, their perception to be able to help us look at these problems and solve them in different ways. Next slide. So now, Jacob, I'm ready for some of those hard questions that you've got waiting for me. Hopefully not too hard.
They're not too hard for you.
Thank
you. That was a perfect overview, and I think linking quite well to our opening keynote for the day from Timiebi about how we all just need to work together, and that's how we can really achieve what we want to achieve. So thank you, Kathy. And I see there's a lot of questions coming in already, so I will kick off with the first one. And that is, what makes a good leader, and how would you describe your leadership style?
So I think what makes a good leader is being able to listen and learn, and then set a path forward that people can buy into, right? But you really, what I've learned is it's my team that helps me lead. And you really have to listen, and you really have to also seek out multiple kind of viewpoints and understandings, and then be able to use that. But at some stage, you do have to pick a path and lead, right? So I think it's the listening. I think it's the really recognizing the value of a diverse opinion, and then being able to just set a path and go and not be afraid to fail.
Perfect. So kind of linking on to that then, we've got another question coming through. What have you kind of learned? What's the biggest thing you've learned in your career that's kind of maybe changed the way you think or act as a leader?
Well, I think sometimes what you learn is you set down a path. You have to kind of always be learning along the way. I think when I first started as a project manager, long time ago, I kind of said, here's where I want to go. And I just assumed, and then if there was any obstacles that were kind of in the way, I was just like battening them down. And really what I found out is it's much better to keep opportunities open and see how things go, because what I was doing when I set that one path was I was cutting off opportunities. And so what's really important is I had a great teacher that says you make no decision before it's time. And so really what you're always trying to do is yes, you have to be moving down a path, but you want to make sure that you're not making a decision too soon, that you're cutting off branches that could have helped you kind of get to your big goal without you recognizing it. So I think if you understand big picture where you want to be, but you're open to getting there maybe through multiple different avenues, you have a better shot of meeting your end goal. If you only have one avenue to get there, then you might be causing yourself some problems. So give yourself some flexibility. I've also learned that sometimes what looks like a setback actually is a huge opportunity. And so always look for the silver linings. There normally is a big silver lining out there. And so that's going to be really important for you in your life and in your career, to when sometimes you have a bad day and you're like, it's a bad day. But there's been a lot of times I've had a bad day and I'm like, when I look back, there was a huge opportunity. Like, because of it, something else happened. So just there will be opportunities for you, even when you're having bad days. And we all have them. We all have bad days.
Yeah, I think that's the perfect message, I think, for the younger audience. Just keep your options open, and you never know what's going to come along. And that does link into the next question, actually, which you've kind of answered already, which is, how do you deal with setback, and what setback in your career has kind of taught you the most? Would it just be keeping positive and keep going?
Yeah, I think the advantage of being old is that you see that those setbacks didn't kill you. I'm still standing, so I'll tell you, I failed and I'm still standing, and you will fail and you will still be standing too. It's okay, right? Go have a glass of wine, go take a run, go get some sleep. Next day, say, how can I take advantage of that failure? Because there's reasons that there's things that come out of it. So it is always a major emotional event. But it's okay. It's okay. It's what's going to make you stronger and what's going to make you resilient. And when you can get up the next morning and go, okay, yeah, we had a bad day. Now what are we going to do to make it better? For my teams, it's actually been very, very, very important. I'll tell you, I'll give you an example. We finished our first demonstration mission on the SpaceX mission, getting ready for a crewed flight, and the demonstration mission went very, very well. Our uncrewed demonstration went very well. At station, we were just so excited, and we got ready to go do a test, and the vehicle blew up, like in seconds. It was a stunning event for us. It was just like, and what was very sad was it was our vehicle that we had just done the demonstration with, right? It was my baby blew up. It was very a sad day. But what happened was we found out we had this major issue that we had to fix. And the other thing it did was it taught our team that if you have a major issue like this, your vehicle can blow up. And so what it ended up doing was it ended up getting my whole team in the right mindset for us to then go execute on our first crew demonstration mission. Everybody doubled down. Everybody knew how serious it was. You couldn't have watched that event and not said, what you do every day matters, right? So when I look back and I remember that day when I got the phone call and the poor guys are on the other line going, it blew up and I was like, it's okay. We'll start doing our notifications. We'll figure it out. But looking back, that was a very, very, very important thing that happened. It was a great thing that happened. And we ended up, if we would have found out that problem on orbit, the fact that we were on the ground and we had high-speed cameras going at the vehicle and we had all this data coming in, if I would have had that failure on orbit, I never would have had that data. In fact, it ended up being the perfect test for me. Ended up getting great data. So we weren't necessarily thinking that at the time, but after the fact, guess what? It ended up being great. So
it's a good day.
Just keep doing that to yourself, because when you do that, then when it happens, you go, hey, the other times that this happened, we ended up getting a lot of good stuff out of it. And so it does make you resilient.
Yeah. And we know space is hard, but
it's hard. It's hard.
Yeah. So So kind of linking onto that, what, in your opinion, do you think is the biggest challenge facing the space sector globally today?
Well, I think we need to keep working together, right? I think it's continuing to find ways to work. You know, we're in a tough position internationally, and the great thing about us and the work we do in space is it's peaceful ways to work together, right? And I feel very strongly about having peaceful ways to work together, and because we know that it's through relationships and people working together and peaceful means that it's those ties that bind us, right? It's the relationships we have and that we continue to have together, and ways to work together peacefully lend hopefully towards ways that we can continue to live together peacefully. But we've got to keep working on it. You know, it's hard. It's hard to do that.
Yeah, and I think the Artemis program is a great example of that, and how we can do hopefully so well together.
I do too. I do too.
So a question. Let's move on to some questions about Artemis. I think there's lots of questions about that. Do you think the inspirational value of Artemis is more important than the scientific goals, or is there a balance? Or
so you know what I think, and it's why one of the things that Thomas Burken and I work together. I can never say his name. Poor Thomas. He'll give me he'll give me a hard time that I never can get his last name right. But anyway, Thomas and I, we are great friends and counterparts. And what's great about it is that we have this saying that says, "Bots first, boots next," right? And there's a synergy between. He is really figuring out one of the major issues you have when you're trying to put humans on a place is learning about the environment, so you can actually design the right hardware that can keep the people safe, right? And so just by him, for example, we celebrated Perseverance together. Well, first of all, we were the one, we launched the spacecraft, and his great team got it on the surface of Mars. But it's through his learning and understanding of Mars itself and sharing that learning with us that's going to give us the key data that we need to be able to go accomplish the missions. And in the same way, I'm trying to give him platforms that he can put science instruments on to then be able to learn and find new aspects. I'm trying to give him platforms where he has more access to the lunar surface, and we can do more different kinds of science than we could ever before. You know, having the humans on board and people on board space station enable us actually to do research with rodents and different things about human physiology that are also important for Thomas too. So there's this critical interplay where we both feel very passionately that we should be using both of our capabilities to maximize knowledge for this planet, right? So we don't really view it as an or, but an and. And how do we get that and to benefit us as much as possible?
Yeah, that sounds really great. We've got a lot of questions coming in about astronauts. And I think one of my favorites I can see here is, how do you think, well, firstly, what do you think makes a good astronaut? And then secondly, like, how would those requirements change from, say, what we have now for astronauts going to the space station to astronauts going to the moon and then Mars? What's the difference in those requirements, and what you're kind of looking for?
So the first thing, and I was teasing Jacob when we were talking before, I said, anybody that's been running any of these webinars, you may be able to use this as your first round of astronaut training. Because the first thing we want to have is somebody that can show that they can operate well under stress. So if you're somebody that can have a lot of bad things get thrown at you and you just calmly keep working through it, you're a good astronaut. It's the first stage there. I mean, these people are people that that can work in very stressful situations and be calm and be able to, handle the situation, because we are throwing them in stressful situations, right? Just being in space is out of your environment. And, if you're a traveler, sometimes you get into the new place, and just being in a new place sometimes can be stressful, let alone in space. And so being able to be that kind of person's very important. And then obviously health and everything else, being a very healthy person is going to be important too. But I think the person asking the question is keen on that. Depending on the kind of mission, we do look at different skill mixes that are needed for the missions, right? And so in the future, it may be that we want a doctor and a geologist, or there's that we are looking at different kind of skills for the kind of work that those people will be doing on those missions, right? Or the kind of makeup that you need to have for the crew that will be going on these missions to keep the people, healthy, and both psychologically healthy and medically healthy along the way. So, if you looked at crew members from the 60s and you looked at what they were for the original The Right Stuff crew members, but then you looked at what we had for flying shuttle, and then we're looking at the astronaut class that we had for the initial station missions, and then the astronaut class that we have for Artemis. Each of them are a little bit different, and there's actually a group of people that kind of study how people react in different environments, and are kind of building up a database, and then that helps them kind of roll that into their next round of Artemis class and selection for the next folks. So, I tell people, hey, think about what you would need if you're going on a long journey and you're going to go do science on another planet. And if that's what you want to do, and you can bring you that skill, and you can convince somebody that that's a skill that they need to have, that's an important thing. I will tell you that people that go up, if you notice, the crew members are very balanced. So we have a lot of crew members that are also like super, pilots and everything else, but they're also musicians and artists, and these are really, really incredible people. So it definitely is also good to be kind of a well-rounded person.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. It's true for every team. You need a diverse range of people to really function properly the best you can together, and that's really important going forwards. Yeah, amazing. So let's move on to a different topic now, I think, which has been quite a large part of your career as well. And the question is, the relationship that NASA has had with private companies, private contractors, has changed quite a lot in the last few decades. So how do you envision this changing in the future, if at all?
So I think it's actually we've learned that this isn't just about NASA anymore. I will tell you, in my career, at the very beginning of my career, when we talked about things, we tended to talk about NASA missions, right? And I think having the International Space Station, even though we did do international collaborations, Space Station was an international collaboration on steroids, right? And so it really opened up, at least on the NASA, opens up so many opportunities to have this kind of partnership, and advantages really opened our eyes. And then like you said, a big chunk of my career has been also then doing that with our industry partners. And I will tell you, when I began working for bringing the cargo, because I first brought cargo capabilities online for the International Space Station, at the end of the 2000s, when we were bringing cargo capabilities online, there was a lot of NASA people that were like, "Are you sure industry can do this? Are you sure?" And we said, "Hey, who knows? You got to start with the first step, right?" So it's a high risk, high reward kind of thing, and we can get going. And so it was not. People were pretty skeptical. There was a lot of people that were pretty skeptical we could get cargo going, and I'm really proud now that we've had over 100,000 pounds of cargo taken up to the International Space Station with our industry partners. And so then that led really to the mid 2000s for us to give them handing over our most precious cargo, which is crew, to these providers. I think it gives us so much more opportunity. You know, when we are really fully capitalizing on everybody's capabilities. So I tell everybody, I want everybody out there, every single one of you, you are a space person. You have ideas that can help us solve our problems in space. You may think I'm a cook, I'm not a space person. Yes, you are. We have food problems. You may go, I'm a clothes person. I don't know anything about that. We have clothes problems. I don't care what you're doing. We have a problem that you can help us solve. And so I need each of you to think about what you will end up doing in your lives and how can that help me solve a problem in space. And we want to hear from you.
Yeah, I mean, as we go and explore the solar system, like every job we have here on Earth will be needed elsewhere eventually. So there is just something for everyone. Unfortunately we're out of time. Thank you so much. That was really insightful, and just touching on that last question as well. Like, there's so much you have to be proud of, I think, with that commercial crew program and all the things you've done with industry. It's just, I think, accelerated innovation so much within the space sector globally, and it's just so impressive and incredible to hear about more. So I'll say a huge thank you again to Kathy for the presentation, the Q&A, and joining us for the conference. I hope you all had an amazing time watching that, and if you've missed any of it, it will be on our YouTube channel after the event. So thank you very much again. We will be back very shortly for our annual awards in 5 minutes after the break, and I'll see you there. Thank you to Kathy. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. We are now going to be doing our national awards, followed by the closing of the conference, and just giving you a bit of information for tomorrow. We will also be sharing some of our favourite tweets from the day using the hashtags that we've been using for the conference. And I think we're going to kick off with those. I haven't seen these yet, so I'm seeing these as well for the first time. I can see a lot of amazing mugs. Even an NSSC mug. I'm not sure whose this is. How many space mugs is too many? I think below 7 is fine. No, one for every day of the week, so 7 at least, I think. Name a better couple. Yeah, that's very good. I'm really grateful everyone's been using these hashtags. And the beverage, I think, looks like the most popular one. Have we got any that aren't on the beverage? Yes, we do. We've got the fashion. Wow, look at that. I'm not sure who that is either, but it looks like you're wearing some sort of safety, like life blanket thing. I can't remember what it's called. Natasha, I recognise that. Natasha, I think that's Natasha Carr for that central picture. Loving that, Natasha, that dress. And here we have, oh my God, look at this hat. What is that? I can see everyone's been getting so involved. It's incredible. We will now move on to art. Look at these art creations. Keep these up tomorrow. We'll be carrying on with the same hashtags tomorrow. Representing sachets of space food. Wow. Has anyone ever tried some space food? Share it in the chat what is space food you've tried. I know you can buy ice cream from the Space Center. That's pretty nice. I'm not the most artistic person, but I do have a lot of space art. So, that's impressive. That's nice. I like some posters. I've got some posters up. I'm not sure if you can see here. Some nice retro posters. I like these Apollo ones. Look forward to seeing more of those tomorrow. We will now be moving on to the conundrum winner. I think some of you would have seen in the breaks that we've been running some conundrums for you to solve. I spotted one and I could not figure it out for the life of me. A huge congratulations to Flavie and KB for getting the most conundrums correct and submitting those. So well done to you. I'm not sure what your prize is, but we can figure something out. And just well done to everyone who got all 5 correct. I'm sure there's a lot of you. So well done. That's very impressive. And thank you for Josh for making those and for Em for sorting all of that out. We're now going to move on to our awards. Before we do our UK States National Awards, we have a short message from our Airbus competition organizer, who is going to announce the winner of the Airbus Student Presentation Competition 2021. If you caught it earlier on in the day, there were 3 presentations, and Joe from Airbus is going to explain a bit more about the competition and then announce the winners who will be receiving big cash prizes. So can we roll the video, please?
Hello, NSSC 2021. It's a massive pleasure to be here, and I'd like to say a huge thanks to the UK SEDS Committee for putting on such a great conference once again. My name's Joe Martin. I'm a Space Systems Engineer at Airbus Defence and Space, and I've been leading the Airbus presentation competition this year. The competition is something we host every year at the National Student Space Conference, so we're delighted to be invited once again and put it on even in the pandemic times. What we did, we put out a call just before Christmas looking for innovative space mission, applications, space instruments, anything to do with space that could address some of the huge problem areas facing our current and future populations, including climate change, resource scarcity, disaster response, and pandemic response. So, yeah, a big challenge we asked for, but we received some really great, innovative, inspiring applications. We were inundated really by the volume applications, so thank you to everyone who got involved. Yeah, it was really enjoyable to go through all these applications, but very difficult to down select in the end. However, we did come on 3 finalists who we then invited to expand upon their idea. We had feedback sessions, and they eventually expanded it into a 10-minute presentation. Hopefully you tuned in earlier today and you watched the presentations and were just as impressed by all of the Airbus team at what you saw. we had 3 presentations. We had Neve Field from Queen Mary University, Matthias de Souza from the University of Leeds, and Charlie Beadle from Queen Mary University as well. The finalists were questioned by our panel, our judging panel, which was made up of Airbus employees and UK SEDS experts as well, who, after the questioning, then deliberated together for a very long time. It's no exaggeration to say this was a very tight race, and it went down to the wire. However, the judges did come across a final decision, so I will now announce the results. In 3rd place, we have Neve Field with her harvest optimization algorithm presentation. Massive well done, Neve. It was a really well delivered presentation, and the idea was very important and relevant to today's society. In 2nd place, we had Charlie Beadle with his Fresnel mission concept. Really ambitious, exciting concept with his space-based reflectors for solar power generation, and great answering the Q&A and technical research he put into it. But that means in 1st place, our winner of the Airbus presentation competition is Matthias de Souza with his Near-Earth Object Telescope mission. Huge well done, Matthias. It was really exciting, well thought out, great delivery of your mission concept. We especially like the annexes you had pre-prepared to kind of counter any questions that you thought might be addressed. So well done, and well done to all our finalists and everyone who applied. It was a great competition, so hopefully everyone enjoyed being part of it. And yeah, thank you UK SEDS once again, and have a great conference, everyone.
Amazing. Thank you, Joe. And congratulations to the winners and everyone who took part in the Airbus competition. I heard there was a lot of competition in that. So huge congratulations. And you will be getting your cash prizes very soon. And look forward to if any more comes of those ideas. So thanks again for Airbus for partnering with us for this competition. We've been very grateful that we could still run it with you this year, and look forward to doing it again next year. As I said, we're now going to move on to our UK SEDS National Awards. And we've had a few, loads of nominations this year in over a few categories. So thank you everyone for submitting nominations. And first up, we have Branch of the Year. Branch of the Year this year, it had a good number of entries. We had, I think, a few entries of that. And the winner for that is the Open University Space Science Club. This society was set up only last year at NSSE, I believe, and it was set up during the pandemic and has since gained over 300 active members. They've created this space community and connected university students that would otherwise feel a bit disconnected because of the nature of the Open University course. So highly impressive work there by the branch and the leaders of that especially. So congratulations, and well done on setting up the branch. And we look forward to seeing what more you achieve over the next year. Up next, we have Student of the Year. We've had an incredible number of nominations for this, and the winner, I think I am right in saying we have had the most nominations we've ever had out of our awards in history for this winner. So a massive congratulations to Eleni Charinotos, who is the founder of GU SEDS, Glasgow University SEDS. This is the first undergraduate space society at the University of Glasgow. And it doesn't primarily focus on the technical aspects of the space sector. It's very broad-ranging, which is great to see, really including everyone. As Kathy was mentioning in her keynote earlier and her Q&A, we really want to try and encapsulate everyone's interest in the space sector, show that everyone has a pathway for them. And so congratulations to you, Eleni. Massive congratulations. Excellent work in setting up that. And I know that you've been getting involved in a lot of space-related activities outside of that as well. So that's amazing to see. And we wish you all the best for the future. And look forward to seeing you again next year. Up next, we have our Outreach Ambassador of the Year. And the winner for this is Katie Sava. Katie has been dedicated to sharing her passion for space throughout so many projects, and you received a few nominations for with a variety of great reasons. So we were very pleased to announce that you have been the winner of the Outreach Ambassador of the Year. I should say that we will be getting certificates to all of you after the conference. So that's some form of prize, I hope. Oh, that's a spoiler. I think that's no surprise anyway. For the next award, we have the Diversity and Inclusion Champion of the Year, and it will come as no surprise to a lot of people that this has been awarded to Molly Service. Molly is the diversity team lead at UK SEDS. Molly has done an incredible job at just leading a team in general, but diversity work has been fantastic. She's built this team up over the year, and it's now one of our most engaged teams at UK SEDS, and it's done so much in providing handbooks for our branches at UK SEDS, in how to ensure that their branches can be more inclusive and ensure their activities are more diverse. She's also created the Spotlight Sunday initiative on the UK SEDS social media, which has been an amazing addition. And also, if that wasn't enough, Molly set up and ran an amazing Diversity in Space Careers conference in January this year, and that was a one-day event. If you missed out, then you can see it on our YouTube channel. Molly did an amazing job of bringing together students, industry, and academia to discuss the challenges that people face across the sector. So congratulations to Molly. And finally, the last award that we have is for the best project. And again, we had a great number of nominations, but I think a clear winner in this category goes to another UK SEDS own, Christina McLeod, who is running, if you are not aware, the Edinburgh Women in Space Conference on the 27th of March. So it's coming up very soon, and Christina has done an amazing job at organising this event. It's the first one that they've run. They've got a great range of speakers and sponsors involved, and has built an amazing team around to organise that. So congratulations to Christina and the whole team for winning the Best Project Award. And that, I believe, is the last award that we have. So I will now just head into a quick closing statement for the conference. Congratulations to all our award winners. Thank you everyone for your nominations. We hope that you've had an amazing time at the conference. So just to wrap up, really, it's been a fantastic day of talks and live panel discussions. We had a debate, our first debate. I sadly missed out on seeing that, but I look forward to catching up on that later on. I know that it went down really well. And I think we've had a great range of science and engineering and technology and policy, entrepreneurship panel. I hope you got some good pointers there if you're interested in that. And really just showing you the breadth of the space sector. And closing with I think our best keynote to date, Kathy Lueders, head of NASA. And I was so gutted that we couldn't get through all the questions. We had an incredible number of questions submitted, but we're really grateful to Kathy for that talk. I will just apologise. I think we had a few technical difficulties on the platform this morning, especially surrounding the careers fair. But we are looking to resolve these, and we will have a solution in place for tomorrow. So just look out for what that may be. And I think there's not much more for me to say. I'll let you go soon. Tomorrow we'll be kicking off at 10 o'clock again with another workshop from Jodie Howlett and Emma Taylor. If you missed the one this morning on using LinkedIn, then make sure to catch up on that. That was really, really positive. And I know there's a lot of good engagement on Discord around that talk. Jodie will be kicking off with a what really to do to set up your space career. So that's a great workshop kicking off at 10 o'clock tomorrow. We'll then be rolling into another day of 2 streams talks and panel discussions. I think our panel discussions tomorrow are on the future of the UK space sector in the morning, and in the afternoon we have one on space debris. So 2 highly topical topics, and we look forward to seeing you there. Thank you everyone for attending. Have a great rest of the day. Can't wait to see you tomorrow.